Chapter 11-18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall, there was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape, it covered a huge range of 100,000 li, it was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling, it was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etian Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral soul was schemed against by providence. Fang Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the battle of Etian Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path super forces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important, none of the super forces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it, so the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here, to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted, his body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended, countless mortal Gu flew around, immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely, they had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't, sigh. There is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them, I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind, they were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious, they did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. That makes sense. But, my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion. In terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi Chuyu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder, they started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms, they started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later. Shangliang Mountain. XNCI greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang XNCI bowed. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang XNCI, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days, you have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. XINC's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qing Qing's guidance, Shang XNCI sincerely thanked him. Shang Qing Qing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the black and white demons' arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fang Jing, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Shang XINCI was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qing Qing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang XNCI became the clan leader of Shang clan, she had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing said solemnly, "XNCI, listen to what I am going to say, every word is important." "Yes, I will listen to your teachings." This black demon Fang that you know, his real name is Fang Yuan. He has a huge origin, it is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qing said in a low tone. Shang Xnc's mouth was wide open, she was dumbfounded. At once she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal? And even Lady Shang Qing was so wary of him. Don't doubt your ears, why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan? Tell me everything now. Shang Qing asked. Yes. Shang Xnci finally regained her senses. She recalled, I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person, he helped me out of trouble. As Shang Xnci recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang Xnci finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan, Lady Qing, I think there is a mistake? Fangjing, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal Gu master, how can he be a great demon that harms the world? Hehe. Shang Qing showed a mocking smile, if he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in northern plains Gu immortal world, central continent celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him, you have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader, you can leave now. Shang Xnci had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Shang Xnci left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Tan Mo. Shang Qing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tan Mo said with a serious expression. We cannot believe her words, we need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qing smiled even more brightly. Look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale, it was like a tree trunk, there were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tan Mo saw this and was slightly stunned. I forgot, you have this immortal killer move, it is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Fang Yuan and Shang clan. He came to Shang clan city to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal, he did not set up any traps. Shang Qing said. Shang Tan Mo nodded, then I am assured. But how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qing smiled coldly, them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they used Fang Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tan Mo's eyes shined with bright light, he raised his head and looked far away, his gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe our Shang clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long, others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In northern plains, He tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions as well as lone immortals had their own gains. He tribe was destroyed, by Zhu tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals. They worked together and were superior, they first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern plains, northern icy plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture down, he looked up at the sky as he muttered, the third earthly calamity has finally arrived. Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly, there were no clouds or mist, the sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light, They flew extremely quickly in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. They were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear, they contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path, life, Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of Spring Oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. Chapter 11:19. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet, they did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara, the desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the surrounding 100,000 li around Fang Yuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush, there were many flowers and plants, it was like the world had changed. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain with a solemn expression. He was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The Spring Oriole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Fang Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Jewel Yellow Skies reopened, Fang Yuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He Tribe. He returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokitahara was always used by Fang Yuan as a place to undergo tribulation. It was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Fang Yuan. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Fang Yuan. But providence is unpredictable, it will not be so kind, there must be an ambush or follow-up. I will observe the situation for now. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokitahara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokitahara, it only covered a patch of white land with Danghun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Fang Yuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time it was used to develop the immortal aperture. The effect was shocking. If Fang Yuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring Oriole's lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new Spring Oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go. He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Flying Sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Fang Yuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Fang Yuan's heart. In an instant, Fang Yuan seemed to have become a Spring Oriole from birth to flight and then to death. In a short period of time. After experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Fang Yuan completely absorbed this true intent, his eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster. Absorbing reckless savage's true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing reckless savage's true intent, he was like a well that contained buckets of water, it was much easier for him. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. This time he understood Providence's scheme. Fang Yuan's earthly calamity was very special, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture and the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was reckless savage's true intense influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, The portion affected by Reckless Savage's true intent appeared first. This was Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fang Yuan suffered a small loss. Reckless Savage's true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because Reckless Savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and cost were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, it could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance. This is a good scheme. It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of Reckless Savage's true intent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged. Like a bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless Strength Path phantoms appeared. Strength Path killer move, myriad self. 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles along the way. Spring Oriole was a desolate bird after all. It moved freely in the crowd of myriad self, chirping continuously. Fang Yuan saw that myriad self was not effective. He quickly used another method. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered. Swish swish swish. Silver-white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring Oriole's speed was slightly faster than sword wave. Fang Yuan's triple-layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized, the previous two earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it myriad self or sword wave triple-layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity forms Spring Oriole, it targets these two killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them, it shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Fang Yuan had Danghun Mountain using it as a camp, it had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Fang Yuan brought Danghun Mountain, Spring Oriole was formed from Reckless Savage's true intent, Fang Yuan could not ignore it and defend, he had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Goo, Sword Light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Fang Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of Reckless Savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time. Fang Yuan was schemed against, his losses were not small. This was not just the loss of Reckless Savage's true intent, there was also the loss of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Goo was powerful, it was rank 7, every time it was activated, it expended a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, it was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Fang Yuan could not help but think of Wisdom Goo. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued. After 15 minutes, there were still endless Spring Oriole being produced. In Kokidahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall, their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Fang Yuan tried other methods like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against Spring Oriole. Howl howl howl. In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Fang Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground. He sneered, "It seems that this is the part that Providence controls." Fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems my defense is truly adequate. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Danghun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. He chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Danghun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense, it was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying Sword Immortal Goo charged forward, turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the tree ants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon their injuries healed, they recovered and continued to crawl towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Fang Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally Spring Oriole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by reckless savages' true meaning. Last time it was the cold moon and wind blades, this time it was the tree men and Spring Oriole. They were both closely coordinated. The effect was extraordinary. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the tree ants. Dozens of tree ants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Danghun Mountain. Soon these tree men got a taste of Danghun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Danghun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Fang Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked down at the scene, his frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 11:20. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Fang Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Fang Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men. The intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men. They became even more vigorous. The flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Fang Yuan solve his problem? Fang Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke, why would Providence help him? From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, This kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Fang Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Fang Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Danghun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Danghun Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Danghun Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Danghun Mountain. Sword marks targeting death. Sword wave triple layered. Poison spit. Fang Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Fang Yuan's hand. This attack. The entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered, its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength Path Giant Hand." There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside. It grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge, it was almost half of Danghun Mountain. The Strength Path Giant Hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons. They dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire Strength Path Giant Hand started to melt in the flames. Soon half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. His thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble. A second Strength Path Giant Hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree but Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the Strength Path Giant Hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo. It could lift Danghun Mountain. Whoosh. Wind blew intensely. Danghun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Fang Yuan. He threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard, the entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain. Its blazing flames were no longer arrogant, they only stretched out from the foot of the mountain, forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back. It was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Danghun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong. It was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Danghun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around, his vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Fang Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth chi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring, they stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. At the bottom of Danghun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. it was very restless, it was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking, every struggle caused Dang Hun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier, he could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity-blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb Earth Qi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Fang Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face, he was originally calm. Suddenly he smiled, "Fortunately, I still have a backup plan." At the same time, far away in southern border, Shang Xnci looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Fang Yuan's face seemed to appear. "Brother Black Demon?" Shang Xnci muttered in her mind. "Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader?" A soft voice could be heard. Shang Xnci regained her senses, she saw Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan and the other subordinates. "Sorry, I was distracted again." Shang Xnci quickly apologized. "Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted." Xiaolan muttered. "I was rude, I'm really sorry." "I'm really sorry." Shang Xnci quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression, he coughed. "Then, let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control." After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. "Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted?" Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. "I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this." "The higher-ups?" Zhou Quan's expression changed, he knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals, he could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. "I will go talk to Lady Xnci. Maybe as an outsider I can gain something." "Young Master Yi is not an outsider." Xiaolan smiled. "Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi." Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xanci's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Shang Xnci was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Shang Xnci of his arrival. But soon he heard Shang Xnci's soft voice. "Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Yi Fan's mind shook, he instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Shang Xnci's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Shang Xnci did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan, it was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression, he was asking himself a question. "Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" "Northern Icy Plain." Chu Du's hands were behind his back, he looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly his body shook. "It's here." He received Fang Yuan's transmission, he quickly activated his immortal Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant calamity blazing trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky, Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning, he shouted excitedly, "The road is long and arduous, after a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world, I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds, he had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth, calamities and tribulations are insignificant, life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud, my will is one." Chapter 11:21. Time passed quickly, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya blessed land inside the Cloud City. Fang Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven gu, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female gu immortals will in jewel yellow skies. The quality of your pill azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by gu immortal Shizi. Lower the price. Fang Yuan bargained. But that female gu immortal was not like Fang Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will, it was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it. Fang Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try. Reconsider? I want a lot of goods. The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Fang Yuan was a little sullen. These last days he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. The situation was still good. Recently, Fang Yuan often encountered gu immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously, or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 great experts. Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Fang Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chudu. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance. It is not a big problem for my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Fang Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. Your pill azure incense. I bought them all. This female gu immortal was stunned for a moment. Fang Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Fang Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Danqing incense, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan had arranged strength path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a strength path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used gu worms to receive the Danqing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big. He could only use these strength path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him. He would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a gu immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Danqing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke. It shrouded the entire area. Fang Yuan placed all of the Danqing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though strength path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Danqing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass. It was elegant and distant. Fang Yuan arranged the Danqing incense. He set up some gu formations. These gu formations were made of mortal gu. They had no other use but to confine the Danqing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once, it is enough to feed change soul immortal gu 3 times. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the pill azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Danqing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Danqing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests as well as fragrance gu. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and gu. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Danqing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The Gu immortals who sold this Danqing incense strictly controlled it. It was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Fang Yuan could only store these Pil Azure incense and use it for now. Danqing incense was the food for Change Soul Immortal Gu, but thankfully there were many people selling this resource in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time, it was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Fang Yuan made some slight adjustments to the Gu formation here. He took a final look and saw that in Mini Azure Sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots. It was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too huge. The resources that Fang Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Gu immortals. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Fang Yuan's divine sense that was left in Mini Azure Sky. Danqing incense was arranged properly. It meant that Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, and other rank 7 immortal Gu. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal Gu has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal Gu when I construct my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When Gu immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal Gu and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before. His immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal Gu. Next were those rank 6 immortal Gu. It had to be said. Fang Yuan had too many immortal Gu. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it. Fang Yuan needed to raise so many immortal Gu. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's Gu immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains Gu immortals who hated him to the core. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert Gu immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of Gu immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's Gu immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chudu's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chudu half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chudu's letter. In the letter, Chudu explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information Path and Wisdom Path were good partners. Information Path gathered information, while Wisdom Path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The Information Path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very impressive. Even the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxiaxan was moved. He wanted to ask Chudu for it. Chudu also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this Information Path true inheritance so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chudu. He promised Chudu to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chudu had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chudu obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Method. Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Goo were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Goo to replace it. The Goo Worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Mo Yao wanted to use this Immortal Goo to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was only rank 7, but Bo Qing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Fang Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Goo for now. The turbulent flow sea area was a troublesome place. It was easy to get lost and Goo Immortals often appeared there. Fang Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden. Only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already explored it for some time. He had some insights. Compared to information path true inheritances, He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Fang Yuan had already decided, using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:22. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Inside Mini Purple Heaven. Whoosh. There was a faint purple light. It was hazy. In the huge sky there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building. It had no doors or windows. It was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal. Every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm. They were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan recognized it. It was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immemorial immortal material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky. They were very light and could float in the air. They would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest. Just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was at the top of the list. After Fang Yuan and Chu Du worked together, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of the battle with He tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He tribe's first supreme elder shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary. It contained clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Fang Yuan. After Chu Du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Goo Eastern Seas Information Path True Inheritance. This 13th eagle nest as well as He Fan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge. Even though Chu Du cultivated strength path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du wanted Fang Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Fang Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu Du. After spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu Du used Calamity Beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, Fang Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is an ordinary Goo immortal. He does not want to cultivate information path and time path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me who can cultivate the entire sect and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary. You live up to your reputation. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu Du could be considered the most standard alliance of interests. Their friendship was shallow and they were just using each other. Fang Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu Du in his heart. He knew that Chu Du was unwilling to give up and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless tyrant immortal. With his bravery he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Lu family. The Battle of He tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the Battle of Lu tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed reckless savages' true meaning. He negotiated with Fang Yuan. His eloquence made Fang Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world, I can see everything around me." Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, Fang Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Fang Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate, it was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much, they soon parted. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. The information path immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Fang Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. He controlled a Strength Path Immortal Zombie to get close to the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. These last days he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong this time, Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his Immortal Gu. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie that got close to the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement Path Killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. These Refinement Path Killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his Refinement Path methods. After several generations of He tribe Gu immortals researched them, they gradually understood. These Refinement Path Killer moves were the keys to opening the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had tried to use these Refinement Path Killer moves on the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed, because they lacked the most crucial factor, Attitude Gu. Among these Refinement Path Killer moves, there was a crucial method to extract a trace of Attitude Gu's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for Attitude Gu. He tribe's Gu immortals worked hard. They gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Cheng killed Su Xian. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Li Shan to fall out with her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness. Su Xian left behind a crucial clue and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, Using these clues, she retrieved attitude goo that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain. But after a series of twists and turns, this immortal goo ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times they turned into fire, at times they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater, the sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of attitude goo's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble. A bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9-colored light soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that He Cheng had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring, ring, ring. The light gradually faded as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of He Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Fang Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9-colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan grotto heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. Chapter 11:23. Fang Yuan controlled He Cheng, walking into the eagle nest step by step. 9 colored lights flickered, shining on He Cheng's face. His vision was filled with heavenly crystals, creating a grand and beautiful scene. It was a luxurious and dreamy scene. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. He Cheng could be seen clearly. His gaze first focused on the big egg. This egg was the size of a teenager. It was oval in shape. The eggshell was like glass, reflecting the 9 colored lights of the heavenly crystals. It was a beautiful sight. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this egg was lifeless. It had no life force left. After realizing this, he stopped paying attention to it. He placed his attention elsewhere. He searched inch by inch, and after spending around 6 hours, aside from heaven crystals, he found nothing. How can this be? He Fan was a time path great expert. How could the true inheritance he left behind be an empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal Gu? And his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought about it. Soon he placed his attention back on that dead egg. I'm afraid to find He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is the key, Fang Yuan guessed. At this point, the memories that he obtained from He Cheng were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had already surpassed all of He tribe's Gu immortals. He had reached a level that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on his own hard work. He Qing moved around the dead egg using Gu worms. He observed and researched deeply. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. It was truly a dead egg. It was not a disguise. As such, Fang Yuan's earlier guess that He Fan's true inheritance was inside the egg was overturned. Don't tell me He Fan's true inheritance was secretly taken away by someone else? There was an immortal Gu stored here, but someone got here first? Maybe I am not the first to enter this place. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. The waters of this world were too deep. Fang Yuan no longer dared to underestimate anyone after his secret deal with Sixth Hair. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not the only one in this world. Those who did well. They had already become rank 9 venerables. Righteous Tao, demonic Tao, itinerant cultivators, countless elites, geniuses, heroes and overlords had crossed the past, present and future, shining like stars. As for Fang Yuan, he was only one star among them. Fang Yuan's conjecture wasn't just a wild guess. He also had a basis. According to the information obtained from Black City, He tribe's Gu immortals also realized that attitude Gu was crucial. They searched for attitude Gu while thinking of methods to imitate attitude Gu's aura. Deceive the activation of Heaven Crystal Eagle Nest. In He Cheng's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But this did not mean that no Gu immortal had succeeded before. Perhaps some Gu immortals secretly opened the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest and took He Fan's true inheritance. No one else knew. In fact, they might not even be He tribe Gu immortals. This was an example. There were many examples in the historical records. The most well-known one was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person had the ability to steal. In his life he had stolen many Gu immortal true inheritances. Countless forces hated him. Fang Yuan inspected it a few more times. He did not find anything. With his current methods and knowledge, if he did not find anything, there might not be any He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very disappointed. He was still hoping for He Fan's true inheritance to slow down the time in his immortal aperture. Of course he had Chudu's help now. He did not need it for now. But what about the future? If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Cooperating with Chudu was very dangerous. It was like asking a tiger for its skin. Providence would also stir things up. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this as insurance, he would be able to move freely in the future. Even without He Fan's true inheritance, this Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest is a rank 8 immortal material. It has huge value. One could say, other than the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, the other resources added together were not even half of the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Of course this did not include Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not interfere in the Guts Gu business. He let Langya sect sell them. He only took the monthly profits. But what is this dead egg? With my knowledge I cannot recognize it. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, maybe this dead egg is a clue left behind by He Fan. Even though the chances were slim, Fang Yuan still wanted to investigate along this clue. He first went to Jewel Yellow Skies. This place sold some cultivation knowledge and experiences. Among them were things like Desolate Beast records, Southern Border maps, Ancient Desolate Plants records, and so on. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved around. After choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time he spent close to 10,000 immortal Yuan stones to buy a large batch of Pill Azure incense. But this month's profits had not arrived yet. He was a little short on funds. But after looking at these, even though Fang Yuan gained some knowledge, he still could not find out the origin of this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. He felt joy in his heart. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the greater its origin. He felt that he had a higher chance of obtaining He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is likely to be the egg of an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan read a lot of cultivation knowledge. He did not gain nothing. This way the cultivation knowledge in Jewel Yellow Skies was useless. Because these knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial Desolate Beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 Gu immortals would not sell their knowledge to Jewel Yellow Skies. They were not greedy for such a small amount of money. Most Gu immortals did not want to buy it either because at their level they would not encounter any immemorial Desolate Beasts. Right now, most immemorial Desolate Beasts lived in immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. Other than that, there were Calamity Lands and Forbidden Areas in the 5 regions. For example, the 10 Great Calamity Lands of Northern Plains. Or Earth Abyss, Earth Trenches, and so on. Should I advertise in jewel yellow skies and ask for the origin of this egg at a high price? Fang Yuan thought about it before rejecting this idea. It was too flashy. Hey Tribes Gu Immortals were not completely dead yet. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could deduce many things with their deductions. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. If those rank 8 Gu Immortals were attracted, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan could not afford to offend them now. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he suffered a setback in jewel yellow skies. Because he was clearly aware that there was an existence by his side, and it was very likely that she could help him resolve his doubts. This was the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. The latter was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous in history and had a great reputation. Which paths Gu Immortals had the widest knowledge? Wisdom Path, Information Path, and Refinement Path. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could deduce all sorts of secrets. Information Path Gu Immortals were good at gathering information, while Refinement Path Gu Immortals needed to know about Gu materials to refine Gu worms. As one of the few Refinement Path great experts in history, long-hair ancestors' knowledge was undeniable. Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask the land spirit of Langya for help. The process was not smooth. Fang Yuan was troubled by the land spirit of Langya for a long time. Recently, Langya's sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he only cared about his own cultivation and did not contribute to the sect. Up until now, Langya's sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed by the Falling Star Hound. There was little progress. Fang Yuan, if you get rid of the Falling Star Hound, you can read all the books in the sect. If you want to exchange, take out 100 contribution points. The land spirit of Langya's expression was cold. He said in a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I am willing to exchange. 100 contribution points was almost all he had. But even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange. He did not intend to go to Taichio. The land spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He was about to flare up when Fang Yuan said, everything will be done according to the sect rules. First Supreme Elder is fair and just. Langya sect's prosperity is just around the corner. The land spirit of Langya's chest was shaking in anger. His hair was standing on end. He breathed roughly and calmed himself down. I heard you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child praising you everywhere. He recently challenged the Falling Star Hound and was heavily injured. All his desolate beasts died in battle. He is in low spirits. Aren't you going to visit him? Thank you for First Supreme Elder's concern. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful expression. It was as if he was the one who was injured, not 12th Hair. After exchanging the books, I will immediately visit 12th Hair. Fang Yuan guaranteed. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted. He went to 12th Hair's Cloud City on the way. He did not see 12th Hair, but a mortal Gu master. My city lord is not willing to meet guests. Please leave. Fang Yuan was rejected, but he did not leave immediately. He asked in concern. In the end, this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fang Yuan was not interested. He had to leave helplessly. If not for the land spirit knowing everything in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not have put on such a show. He knew clearly, how could a mere hairy man mortal Gu master treat him, a Gu immortal like this? Evidently, the mortal Gu master had the support of a hairy man Gu immortal. This person was none other than 12th Hair, who had a lot of opinions towards Fang Yuan. My relationship with Langya sect has reached such a stage. 6th Hair's contribution should be part of this. Langya sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now. After returning to his Cloud City, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 11:24. Upper Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts, but he did not know what the Sky Eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated space path Tao marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of Tao marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Fang Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to Fan paradise. It was the bridge to Fang grotto heaven. Fan's grotto heaven was left behind by tribe's Gu immortals. In Cheng's memories, this investigation had no results. Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own grotto heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of Fan paradise's calamity does not exist. According to Cheng's memories, Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. If I am not wrong, Fan must have fused this immemorial 9 heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Fang Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are 2 possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the heaven crystal eagle nest. In this way the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of Fan. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to be unsealed. If it was the first possibility, then Fang Yuan would not be able to gain much, he would only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial desolate bird egg. However, the value of these 2 items was still very high. From Fang Yuan's perspective, he hoped for the second possibility. But if it was the second possibility, then where was the special method to unseal the egg? Let's say it is the second possibility. Then how can I unseal this dead egg and let it regain life or even hatch? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but had no idea. It was no wonder. Looking at it from a simple perspective, the egg was indeed completely dead. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have been able to confirm this fact from the start. If I were Fan and wanted to leave behind a dead egg for my descendants to inherit my inheritance, I would definitely leave behind a method to resolve this matter. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He found that he had subconsciously neglected a method. That was the refinement path methods that Fan had modified and passed down. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. What if I used these methods on this heavenly eagle's dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold idea. But he did not act immediately. Because this was a pure guess, there was no evidence to back it up. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. He started to use wisdom path methods to analyze these refinement path methods and make deductions. He soon found something strange. What was strange about it? Some refinement path killer moves were modified by Fan out of the blue. The original refinement path killer moves were even better and superior than his modified ones. Fan modified them like this. He was purposely trying to curry favor. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan thought of a segment in Cheng's memories regarding Fan's life. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, Fan liked to guide his juniors in his later years. he often taught them. When learning, they had to think for themselves, they could not blindly worship others or copy the experiences and results of their predecessors. Only by thinking for themselves and applying what they had learned would they be able to walk further on their own Gu immortal path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at these refinement path killer moves again. He had a new feeling. He tried to pick out the killer moves that He Fan failed. In modifying them, he made another shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves were not failed modifications, they were combined to form a brand new killer move. He Fan intentionally added parts to these refinement path killer moves. If looked at individually, they are all failures. But when all of these are combined, these added parts can be combined to form a unified whole. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that this new killer move was a blood path method. It was a blood path method. The great rank 8-time path He Fan was actually researching blood path as well? This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, the power of blood path was known by everyone. While the various superpowers were doing their best to prevent the development of the blood path, they were also secretly researching it. This phenomenon existed even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, which was a land of war. What about the Northern Plains Gu immortals who worshipped battle strength? Towards blood path, Fang Yuan was much more confident than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his old profession. After some research, Fang Yuan found out. This He Fan intentionally hid the killer move blood refinement that he left behind to deal with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's dead egg. But this blood refinement killer move, it was not comprehensive. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could see that this blood path killer move was incomplete in many areas. It was only an incomplete lower half. He could see this. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. His eyes were shining brightly. He Fan should have grasped the complete blood refinement killer move. He first used the first half to deal with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's dead egg. Then he left the second half for his descendants. But he did not leave it for his descendants. Instead, he used an ingenious method to hide this blood path killer move. He did this to test his descendants. He hoped that an outstanding Gu immortal who could think for himself would inherit his inheritance. Secondly, it was because blood path could not be exposed. The true inheritance left behind by the great He Fan. It was actually a blood path method. It would cause a lot of commotion if it got out. This was something He Fan did not want to see. Fang Yuan was astute. He was able to deduce He Fan's thoughts from back then. At once, he understood most of it. After understanding this, Fang Yuan was even more certain that this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's dead egg was not dead. He Fan had used a special method to deal with it. Next, it would be easy. Fang Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie. He could use his own blood. It was a piece of cake. However, when he was about to use blood refinement, he suddenly stopped. So close. I almost did not expect He Fan to have this intention. Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why did He Fan use blood path methods? For his descendants. Speaking of which, wasn't it strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path great expert. At his level, he could comprehend things by analogy. Time path methods could definitely be left behind as well. But he chose blood path alone and gave up on time path, which he was most proficient in. What was the reason? There was probably only one answer to this question. Blood path methods could provide something that time path methods could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Fang Yuan's first thought was bloodline verification. He Fan's inheritance was left behind for He tribe's descendants. The inheritances left behind by Gu immortals of super tribes were usually kept to themselves. The most important condition was the descendants of the tribe. Very few clan Gu immortals left behind inheritances that could be inherited by others. Attitude Gu and the refinement path methods passed down for generations were only one or two preventive methods. Blood refinement methods and bloodline verification were the third preventive method. If it is not a He tribe descendant, if the blood flowing in his body is not a He tribe member, then refining this bird egg with blood might result in a backlash. Furthermore, if he hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would be viewed as an enemy by this immemorial desolate beast. As Fang Yuan thought of this, more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak. He would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later. At a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. He Cheng's hair was disheveled, his expression was haggard. Fang Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted, his face was filled with fear as he shouted, What do you want to do to me?" In the past, Fang Yuan's soul searched him, that was fine. But recently Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan and ended up in this state, he had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu Immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide he could not do it. Fang Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value, even if He tribe was destroyed He Lulan was still around. Thus He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. "Don't worry, this might be the last time, I am confident." Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. Chapter 11:25. He Cheng's face twisted as he screamed miserably. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high now. His blood path and transformation path were both grandmasters. Thus, something that ordinary Gu immortals could not do, he did it in less than half a month. Counting the time, almost a month had passed. The fourth earthly calamity. There was still a little more than a month left. Now that everything was ready, Fang Yuan seized the time and immediately began to work on the bird egg. As he expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless bird egg immediately regained some vitality. As more and more blood flowed in, the life force became more exuberant, and it became more intimate with Fang Yuan. After a full 8 days and 8 nights, the eggshell broke open from the inside and a little bird came out. This little bird was just born. However, his body was not small. When he stood on the ground he was at the height of a normal teenager. Little Eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan with a passionate expression. His sharp eagle eyes were filled with childish admiration. It was like a baby meeting its biological parents. Come to me." Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and tried to speak. Little Eagle immediately jumped in front of the immortal zombie obediently and raised its head to look at him. Its eagle eyes were extremely black and pure, and it did not have any sense of defense. The immortal zombie stretched out his hand. He patted the little eagle's head. On the head of the little eagle, there was only a thin layer of yellow feathers, very sparse. Fang Yuan could touch its skin and flesh. It was warm and felt very good. As Fang Yuan stroked it, the little hawk obediently lowered its head and did not resist at all. Not only that, but the eagle's eyes also closed slightly, and its beak opened and closed, making cute chirping sounds as if it was acting coquettishly to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already seen through many things, he praised in his heart. He Fan's methods are truly impressive. He actually erased this upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories and only kept its space path Dao marks. However, if I had my previous life's memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, a primordial desolate beast, would indeed not be easy to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave immemorial desolate beasts. No, it was not accurate to call it enslavement. The true effect is to make the primordial desolate beast extremely close to you. It is equivalent to the most reliable blood relative. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to carry me to He Fan paradise. As this thought lingered in his mind, the eaglet let out a few more cries. The cries were slightly urgent and its body was also shaking. "Are you hungry?" Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and retracted his palm. He then pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. "Then let's go and eat." The food of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was heaven crystal. Once the young eagle obtained permission, it let out a long and happy cry before it hopped over. With a light peck, it managed to peck off a small piece of heaven crystal. The little eagle held a small piece of heavenly crystal in its beak, but did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to look at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan. The strength path immortal zombie smiled at the eagle and said warmly, "Quickly eat." The young eagle understood. It suddenly raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heaven crystal in its mouth. Then it continued to peck. The indestructible heavenly crystal, under its tender beak, was as fragile as tofu. Fang Yuan, who was observing from the side, could not help but feel some shock. Don't look down on this little bird. This was a true immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means from now on I will have immemorial level battle power? No, it is still too young, its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words, it seems like this was left behind by He Fan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Fang Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat. After eating for a while, it would jump to the strength path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the strength path immortal zombie. It did not guard against it. After a few days, the heaven crystal eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Fang Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the heaven crystal eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie and all the immortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood asset immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan left Langya blessed land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Fang Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Fang Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Fang Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to He Fan Grotto Heaven, help me inherit He Fan's true inheritance." The young eagle was slightly stunned. A certain part of its memories came alive. It screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again. It carried Fang Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling, the wind was howling. Fang Yuan activated his goo worms. He sat on the eagle's back without moving. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to sword escape immortal goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was still a young eagle. It was far from adulthood. Its body had not matured yet. A true adult upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge. It was several times the size of a giant whale. Fang Yuan also estimated its current battle strength had not reached rank 8. Right now it was at most rank 6. Even though it had a lot of space path down marks, it did not have any wild goo. The most important factor that influenced desolate beasts and desolate plants was their bodies. This was different from humans. The human body was not worth looking forward to. Desolate beasts had strong offense, defense and recovery abilities. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had thought that it would have rank 8 battle strength at birth. That was wrong. Even though he was slightly disappointed, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in charge of traveling. Fang Yuan sat on its back, feeding it heavenly crystals every once in a while. At other times, Fang Yuan was not idle. He was analyzing He Fan. From He Cheng's memories, he already held He Fan in high esteem. In history, this time path great expert who brought He tribe to its peak was not simple. Fang Yuan recalled the process of him deciphering He Fan's true inheritance. It was like a battle between him and He Fan. This battle was not ordinary. It was a completely new experience. He Fan left behind refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, hidden blood path killer moves, and so on. These made Fang Yuan deeply understand this time path great expert's vigilance, deep scheming and proud nature. Goo immortals who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was a top expert among rank 8s. He Fan's true inheritance was not easy to inherit. He tribe's goo immortals had tried for so many generations, but they had not succeeded. Of course, the loss of attitude goo was part of the reason. But it was undeniable that if it were anyone else they would have failed. Only someone like Fang Yuan, who had deep foresight, combined with suitable fortuitous encounters, could explore step by step and advance step by step. Finally he walked on the path to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Will I be able to inherit the true inheritance in Fang Grotto Heaven? I have a feeling that Fang's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more it proves that the true inheritance is extraordinary. It is not a bad thing. Chapter 11:26. A day and a half later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky above a nameless place. The upper extreme heavenly eagle slowed down and started to circle in the sky. After flying for a while, it seemed to have confirmed its location. It pecked at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard a clear ringing sound. Space was torn apart as his vision changed. In the blink of an eye, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried him and disappeared from northern plains, entering Fang Grotto Heaven. The power of the upper extreme heavenly eagle can indeed penetrate the void and enter the Grotto Heaven. It is already so powerful at a young age. When it matures, it will be a great help. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in admiration as he looked around. This Grotto Heaven was vast and boundless. Below Fang Yuan was a dense primitive forest. Greenery spread everywhere, birds and beasts flew. It was full of life. Musical trees. The leaves of the trees were like rainbow-colored feathers. Countless birds of all kinds perched on the branches, chirping and singing loudly. Anger birds. One of the birds was fat. It caused the thick branches to tremble. Air currents lingered around it. Its cries were especially bright. Tea stream. Between the trees, a stream flowed quietly. The stream water was clear and light green. It gave off steam. The water plants inside were all tea leaves. Fang Yuan casually looked around and found many cultivation resources in the forest. He looked at the sky. This Grotto Heaven sky was azure in color. It seems that Fan obtained an immemorial azure heaven fragment back then. After fusing it into his immortal aperture, it formed an everlasting azure heaven. Fang Yuan confirmed that this should be Fang Grotto Heaven. Because from Cheng's memories, he knew that Fan had once cultivated and sold musical trees. He was famous in jewel-yellow skies. The forest in front of them was almost entirely made up of musical trees. The scale was so large that it was shocking. Just as Fang Yuan was observing his surroundings, the entire world suddenly resounded with the sound of a bell. The bell sounds were melodious. 10 times in a row. Next, a brass bell appeared out of nowhere in front of Fang Yuan. Tianling. There really is a heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan's heart trembled slightly and he became nervous. He was not really of He tribe bloodline. Although he had successfully deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit in order to successfully obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast direction of Fang Grotto Heaven stood a tall mountain. The locals called it Wangu Mountain and revered it. There was a cave of 3 immortals on the mountain. In the cave, the 3 Gu immortals were in a secret discussion. Gentlemen, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Since we want to escape this cage, we need to deal with the risks involved. Gu immortal Feng Jun had an excited expression. The other 2 Gu immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu immortal Zheng Tua, looked at Feng Jun. This is a huge matter. If we are not careful, we will die. How can we not be careful? The other Gu immortal, Zhou Min, was a female. Brother Feng Jun, please don't be impatient. It was extremely difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit, but he could take his time to think about it. There was no rush. Don't worry, since the 3 of us are sworn brothers, we will advance and retreat together. Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. The heavenly spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust. Furthermore, I created this blood light spirit suppression killer move. I have confidence in it. Listen, this bell has rung 5 times already. Feng Jun's attention was also diverted. Amazing. This person had actually made it this far. Back then he was almost as good as second brother, Zheng Tua praised. But very quickly the 3 immortals' expressions changed. It's already the 7th time, Zhou Min whispered. How is this possible? Not only did he surpass me, he even surpassed that old fart Qin Chi. Feng Jun found this hard to believe. He had personally experienced it, so he understood how difficult it was to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Then the bell rang for the 10th time and the sound lingered in the world for a long time. The 3 immortals were like statues. He stood motionless on the spot. After a while, Zhou Min came back to her senses. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. Did I hear that right? The bell rang 10 times in a row. Feng Jun had a dark expression. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, the bell rang 10 times. It means that our clan has a Gu immortal who obtained old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. They are already here. Could it be that I've been having a bad feeling lately? Is it because of this person? After so many years, I thought that no one would be able to inherit the number one true inheritance of the immortal succession mountain. To think that. Zheng Tuo shook his head. He had a complex expression. He looked at the two immortals beside him. Their expressions were also changing. Zheng Tuo let out a breath of air. He barely calmed himself down. Let's go. According to the rules, since the true inheritor has appeared, the heavenly spirit will welcome him immediately. We need to follow him. We need to pay our respects. Pay our respects? For what? Feng Jun's body shook. He raised his voice. Who cares who he is? Why should we pay our respects to him? We have He tribe's bloodline. We are descendants of He tribe. Do we have to bow down to the main tribe just because our ancestor committed a crime? Zhoumin immediately consoled him. Second brother, you are right, I agree. Even though this happened suddenly, it is not to the point of no return yet. According to the stone tablets rules, even though the main tribe's inheritor has appeared, he has already exceeded the time limit. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, we need to pass the test. Whether we want to make things difficult for him or suppress the heavenly spirit, we need to calm down now. We need to calm down. Feng Jun was reminded by this. He immediately became clear-headed. Third sister is right. We still have a chance. Let's go. We need to go now. We cannot expose any flaws. I really want to see just what kind of divine being this inheritor is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? The brass bell floated in front of Fang Yuan. After 10 rings there was no sound. Fang Yuan probed, "Are you this heavenly spirit?" "My surname is He Cheng. I was the one who opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance." But the brass bell was silent. It floated in front of Fang Yuan, not moving. As expected, after devouring the immemorial azure heaven fragment, even if there is a heavenly spirit, it has become ignorant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He understood in his heart. He had obtained this information from the transactions with Shadow Sect. Devouring the immemorial 9 heavens fragment would make the grotto heaven free from calamities and tribulations. But if the Gu immortal died and formed a heavenly spirit, the heavenly spirit would lose its authority and become ignorant. In the end, it was because of providence. The creation of providence originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds that were different from the outside world. But if they devoured the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, providence would come in. Their personal authority would be greatly weakened by providence. Shadow Sect had done a lot of research on this. Back then, a member of Shadow Sect, one of the main split souls, 7-star child, had tried to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven to research a method to deal with providence. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by providence. The immortal zombie 7-star child fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to extricate himself. This dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was later split into many parts because of the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They fell into various places in Central Continent along with countless small worlds of Grotto Heaven fragments. In a nameless valley, Fang Yuan was invited by Crane Gate to investigate. Coincidentally, in this small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fang Yuan explored the dream realm contained within and obtained crucial guidance. This allowed Fang Yuan to snatch away the greatest achievement of Shadow Sect's 100,000 years of planning on Etion Mountain. From this, it could be seen that any grotto heaven that devoured a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens would be investigated by providence. It was not safe for Fang Yuan. The truly safe place was a blessed land like Langya Blessed Land. It was completely private and not subject to providence's investigation. Long Hair Ancestor was famous in the past. It was not difficult for him to obtain a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. But from start to finish, he did not let his grotto heaven devour a single fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus, this grotto heaven is not as valuable as He Fan's true inheritance to me. After I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this grotto heaven to Chu Du. I will fulfill that agreement and give him 30% of the profits. Fang Yuan was planning when suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Their immortal auras were not concealed as they flew towards him. What's going on? There are Gu immortals in this He Fan grotto heaven? Fang Yuan was surprised. P.S. Chapter 11:27. Far away, 4 Gu immortals arrived together. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. He looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this Heifan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant, it did not react. Fang Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while the four Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Fang Yuan did not move, he was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Chen Qi greets my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown, he wore a green-gray robe, his hair was white. After seeing Fang Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Fang Yuan had a thought, he quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title, Superior Immortal. My name is Heiqing City, I was fortunate enough to obtain Heifan's true inheritance and enter the Grotto Heaven, to think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Fang Yuan had turned into Heiqing this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel-yellow skies, even if Heifan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though Heiqing went missing and lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting Heifan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Fang Yuan had all of Heiqing's memories, his disguise was perfect, there were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan with a look of praise. Heiqing was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains, he had an elegant demeanor, many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than Heiqing's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant. Anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the four Gu immortals, two were women. Seeing Fang Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Chen Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal Heiqing has a dazzling demeanor. We He tribe sinners have waited for so many years, you have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Fang Yuan frowned and asked directly. Chen Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch Heifan He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyue to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this Heifan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor Heifan. I am of the bloodline. Thus they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Zheng Tua Fengjun, and Zhou Min Fengjun, and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past them. Zheng Tua was flying at the front, he was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Fang Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. A blood path Gu immortal actually appeared here openly, but the other Gu immortals were indifferent? They seem to be used to it. Don't tell me this person doesn't primarily cultivate blood path, but a secondary path? Even if it is a secondary path, it cannot be seen. Fang Yuan was a little puzzled. If it was in the 5 regions, such a blood path demonic immortal would be hated by everyone. But now, it seemed that this person was doing quite well. Not only was he not suppressed, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 subordinates were really daring, they were not afraid of this leader attacking them to increase their battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer. They greeted Fang Yuan one by one, they were very respectful. But Fang Yuan could see that one of the Gu immortals, Feng Jun, did not mean what he said, he seemed to have a bad impression of him. He sneaked a few glances at him, he had an unfriendly gaze. Actually, the others were the same. Be it Chen Qi or the other Gu immortals, they had a solemn and cautious attitude towards Fang Yuan. They showed good intentions while concealing ill intentions, their attitude was quite strange. After the 3 immortals got to know Fang Yuan, they greeted Chen Qi and the other 3 Gu immortals. They spoke plainly, they did not gather together, they floated in the sky, separating into 2 groups. Fang Yuan saw all of this, he was chatting happily on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. How many friends are there in this Fang grotto heaven? Fang Yuan thought about it, he asked directly. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here there are 2 others. Qin Shi immediately replied, I believe they will arrive soon. Superior immortals descend, the heavenly spirit welcomes them, 10 chimes resounded in the world. They have all been to Immortal Succession Mountain before, they know what it means. Immortal Succession Mountain? Fang Yuan remembered this name, he did not ask about it. As expected, like he said, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. They were both men, they came to greet Fang Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they had strange expressions. The Gu immortals gathered. At this time the heavenly spirit moved. Its body shook, it let out a loud chime as it floated forward. The heavenly spirit wants to lead us to Immortal Succession Mountain, please follow us. Qin Shi saw this and quickly said. Fang Yuan nodded, he was vigilant as he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit. In this situation he was alone, the other party had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7s and 7 rank 6s. If they suddenly attacked Fang Yuan from all directions, the result would be unpredictable. However, even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant since it could welcome Fang Yuan, it meant that it was carrying out Fan's will, it was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already seen through it, these people were not on the same side, they had their own factions. The next 2 were even more uncoordinated, they seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fang Yuan chose to travel with these Gu immortals, he observed them and did not make a move. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Fang Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it flew beside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If something happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their attention. Along the way Fang Yuan conversed with the other Gu immortals. Initially these people were very wary of Fang Yuan, they were fearful of him and naturally kept a distance from him. But what was Fang Yuan's experience? In his previous life he had been through many hardships, he had incredible interpersonal skills. Soon Fang Yuan became familiar with them. Gradually the sound of laughter could be heard from the group. Sister, look at this He Cheng, as expected of a superior immortal from the main tribe. Such elegance, no wonder it is him. I'm afraid only someone like him is worthy of old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu immortal with 2 buns of hair, she was pretty and lively, she secretly transmitted as she stared at Fang Yuan's back. It was one of the female immortals of Qin Shi's 4 immortals. The female Gu immortal who was called sister was rather elegant and dignified. After hearing her companion's words, she transmitted and teased. Hee hee sister, I think you are in love. That's right, such a person is a dragon among men. He seems to be young, he has high cultivation level, he is also elegant and refined, he quotes classics when he speaks, he is very persuasive, he even knows how to joke around, it is very interesting to talk to him. I wonder if there are many people like him in the outside world? What is the outside world like in northern plains? Fang Yuan's ears trembled slightly, he heard the contents of these transmissions without missing a single word. This pair of Gu immortals who looked like sisters were using an ancient method to communicate, it was already obsolete in northern plains. Because of this, Fang Yuan could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven and mortal Gu were prohibited, Fang Yuan was not mistreated, this made Fang Yuan feel slightly assured. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu immortals, the other Gu immortals were also communicating, it was just that they were not as frequent as these 2. The other Gu immortals were basically discussing and guessing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. The latter was the main point. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Qin Shi and brother Zheng Tua have the same cultivation level as him. Even though he does not have any immortal Gu aura on him, the eagle flying around him is not ordinary. This eagle is somewhat strange, it seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not ordinary. Our grotto heavens have desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, but their auras cannot compare to this eagle. After some discussion, someone could not restrain himself and asked, Upper Immortal, I see that this eagle is extraordinary, it is a divine steed, but none of us know about it, may I ask what its origin is? Fang Yuan took a look and saw that the person who asked was the Gu immortal called Feng Jun. Fang Yuan's mind moved as he smiled calmly. He good eyesight, you can see that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is the upper extreme heavenly eagle, I wonder if you have heard of it? If it is raised, it will become an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can barely be used as a means of transportation, it cannot compare to the other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Countless heated, surprised and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Fang Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed, they could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Fang Yuan was not overbearing, he had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. Chapter 11:28. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious, we will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully, no one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation Fang Yuan kept probing them, he gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long, they are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, they are not as crafty as the outside world, I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough, their methods are also limited to the past, they are very old. All in all, there are 2 groups of Gu immortals here. One is led by old immortal Qin Chi, the 4 Gu immortals are related by blood. The other is the 3 golden orchid immortals, Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining 2, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Fang Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Heifan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow, the level of disputes was very low, Gu immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to northern plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had limited knowledge. Fang Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu immortals could not communicate with jewel yellow skies, they did not even know of the existence of jewel yellow skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor Heifan forbade them from coming into contact with jewel yellow skies. After all, if he could communicate with jewel yellow skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The Immortal Succession Mountain stood alone and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Fang Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although Heifan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with jewel yellow skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion, it was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant, it almost occupied the entire pavilion, there were words carved on it. The brass bell heavenly spirit entered the stone pavilion and hung on the beam of the pavilion, there was a hook there. It stopped moving. Old Immortal Qin Chi said, Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet, it should be able to answer your questions. Fang Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while he understood everything. Back then He Fan's beloved granddaughter He Fengyu disappeared mysteriously. Attitude Gu was missing. He Fan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless. His lifespan was near its end. He could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several He tribe Gu immortals were not careful enough. They were imprisoned in He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into He Fan Grotto Heaven. This way He Fan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before He Fan annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter. He wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts. Thus he added a crucial point to his final method. That was the aura of Attitude Gu. He thought, even if he did not show up with He tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find He Fengyu and retrieve Attitude Gu. But the truth was he was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth. He felt that He Fengyu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, He Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Fang Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor He Fan's mistake. But He Fan was still a rank 8 great expert. Before he died he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the Grotto Heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish. Because they had pure He tribe bloodline. Thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. Hundreds of years later, if no one in his tribe succeeded in inheriting his true inheritance, he could guide the descendants in the Grotto Heaven to explore Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain their own immortal opportunities. The inscriptions on the stone tablet stated, Old Ancestor He Fan left behind his own true inheritance at the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. He also set up all sorts of small inheritances before his lifespan ran out and he died. The rest of He tribe's sinful immortals cried out in pain. They felt that they had let him down. They were willing to die together with him. But before they died, they imitated He Fan, leaving behind stone pavilions and stone tablets on Immortal Succession Mountain. They contained their own true inheritances. He tribe, which was left in northern plains, had been searching for Attitude Gu, but there was no progress. Time passed. Old ancestor He Fan's time limit had already passed. Thus, He Fan Grotto Heaven opened up Immortal Succession Mountain, allowing mortals to explore it. Thus, Gu immortals started to appear in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though there were many mortals. After obtaining the true inheritance, a portion of them became Gu immortals. But there had never been a mortal who climbed to the peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, as long as the mortal who obtained the first true inheritance became a Gu immortal, they would become the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to pardon the sins of the sinners in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would regain their freedom and return to He tribe. Before that, no matter how many generations passed, they could not use He as their surname. They could only use other surnames to remind themselves of their sinner status. After reading all of the inscriptions, Fang Yuan finally came to a realization, the lump in his heart disappearing. No wonder these Gu immortals have complex expressions towards me. They have strange emotions. They have good intentions and evil intentions. Fang Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he was in their shoes, he would probably have complex emotions as well. According to He Fan's rules, it was already past the time limit. Thus, be it He tribe or this sinner descendant, they had the qualifications to compete for the first true inheritance. These Gu immortals had been working hard. They wanted to nurture descendants to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, to open the Grotto Heaven and regain their freedom. As for these Gu immortals, they had already inherited other inheritances. They did not have the qualifications to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have many conflicts. They were rather peaceful. Originally, they did not have any hopes for the main tribe's inheritor. After all, so many years had passed, they did not even see him. But now, Fang Yuan's sudden appearance broke their old thinking. According to the stone tablet's rules, they had to welcome Fang Yuan, but they felt conflicted and rejected it internally. From their point of view, He Fan's true inheritance was already in the bag for them. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one of them would be able to reach the peak and inherit He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fang Yuan appear, but they had to follow the rules. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, He Fan had considered this before he died. Even though the heavenly spirit was not reliable, it firmly carried out He Fan's dying wish. And He Fan had a method to restrict it. Becoming a Gu immortal was bound to face calamities and tribulations. Whenever they could not survive the calamities and tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask for help from the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit would then use the true inheritance immortal Gu on the first stone tablet to delay their calamities and tribulations. Even though they obtained temporary stability, they were restricted by the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit only needed to use a method from the true inheritance to activate the delayed calamities and tribulations on the Gu immortals, killing them. Many Gu immortals barely survived the calamities and tribulations, but they did not know about jewel yellow skies. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had abundant resources, there was a limit to the variety. It could not satisfy a Gu immortal's cultivation needs. Thus, the calamities and tribulations became stronger. The Gu immortals could not resist them. Eventually, they had no choice but to ask for help from the heavenly spirit. They fell into He Fan's trap and were restricted by the heavenly spirit. Old ancestor He Fan, a great expert who had died many years ago, still had huge control over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor He Fan was indeed the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. Even after death, he made this He Fan Grotto Heaven impregnable. These Gu immortals are in awe of him. But the writing on this stone tablet is very similar to the spring and autumn period. I don't believe that these Gu immortals who were punished back then were willing to die with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently they had no choice but to do so. Old ancestor He Fan is truly ruthless and decisive. He deserves praise. If we let them live, He Fan Grotto Heaven would have been destroyed from the inside already. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in his mind. Fang Yuan stopped looking at the stone tablet. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then how can I inherit this true inheritance?" Chapter 11:29. The stone pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the heavenly spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet. It only asked the successor to seek guidance from the heavenly spirit. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, it remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this. No wonder old ancestor He Fan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, old ancestor has not forgotten about us. He is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed. They were filled with admiration towards old ancestor He Fan. Some of them even had red eyes. They almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply. His expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. And it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. Old ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Fang Yuan soon reacted. He understood old ancestor He Fan's intention. Old ancestor He Fan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. Taking them in would greatly benefit He tribe. Therefore, this was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. He Fan relied on his true inheritance to choose He tribe's leader. He was not just a Gu immortal expert. You old bastard. He's clearly dead, yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe. I, as a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. Yes. The immortals said to Fang Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Fang Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance. They did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, old ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression. He turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet. Facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals, he asked, Then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support? As Fang Yuan expected. His question was met with silence. That was then and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Fang Yuan, but now Fang Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. The situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other, they did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed. In the past they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now their gazes were distant, they put on airs and were considering things. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Qin-Chi, he could not take it anymore, he coughed. Today's matter happened too quickly, we were caught unprepared. Sigh, maybe it is because of my old age, thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy, I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But old Immortal Qin-Chi's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals. They voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one. They were going to deal with the outsider, Fang Yuan. But, so what if I agree to it first? Fang Yuan had expected such a reaction. He did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly. Qin-Chi's words make sense. Qin-Chi showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it. Even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me? It will be my honor to have you here. Qin-Chi invited passionately, but he did not reply to Fang Yuan's earlier words. Fang Yuan smiled forcefully, he nodded, thank you. Saying it was a simple room, was old Immortal Qin-Chi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made, the top was flat, there were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles, they were richly decorated. Qin-Chi and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants, Lord Immortal, please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Qin-Chi introduced to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that Qin-Chi is a sentimental person. Qin-Chi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not welcome a sentimental person? Fang Yuan laughed. Seeing that Qin-Chi and Fang Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Fang Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Qin-Chi did not show up again, he did not meet with Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan, however, was not anxious, he remained calm. 4 days later. In the group of palaces, Fang Yuan and Chen Lu were walking in a long corridor. Chen Lu was one of the female immortals, she had 2 buns of hair, she was lively and pretty. In terms of blood relations, she was old Immortal Qin-Chi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Qing, look at that lotus flower, its color is Lu Er's favorite. Chen Lu pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique, it passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors, they were fragrant, it was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old Immortal Qin-Chi did not see Fang Yuan, Chen Lu accompanied Fang Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute, it is not seductive or flashy, it suits Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Lu lowered her head, she had a shy expression as she said softly, Young master, what are you saying? Lu Er is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Lu Er's hands. Chen Li's body shook, she wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Fang Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Chen Li's face was red. Even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, young master you. Fang Yuan took a huge step forward, his body was almost touching Chen Lu. Chen Lu hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Fang Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. Be careful, don't fall. Gentle words entered Chen Li's ears. By the time Chen Lu reacted, she was already in Fang Yuan's arms. Chen Lu raised her head, she saw that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, there was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Chen Lu was extremely angry, she punched Fang Yuan's chest. Young master, you are so bad, you bullied Lu Er. Saying so, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped as he took a step back, there was a look of pain on his face. Chen Lu quickly stopped, she walked over with a concerned expression. Young master, what's wrong? Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen. So you are injured? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Lu stomped her feet, all of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind, she looked at Fang Yuan's chest. Does it still hurt? It is a small injury, it is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper. Injuries are more troublesome. Fang Yuan smiled, he suddenly changed the topic. However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days? Chen Li's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, she responded to Fang Yuan with a few random noises. Old immortal Chen Qi could not meet Fang Yuan for no reason. His excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash, his injuries were severe, he could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason, they just did not say it out loud. On that night, Qin clan's 4 Gu immortals held a secret discussion. Chen Lu reported, Ancestor, young Master He Qing suddenly asked about your condition today. You can't wait anymore? Qin Qi smiled. Thankfully, I concealed it back then, he did not suspect anything. But as time goes on, Chen Lu said worriedly. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other, they smiled. Chen Lu was loved and cared for by the elders, she was still very innocent, she did not know that Fang Yuan already knew about it. And he suddenly asked about old immortal Qin Qi's condition, it was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought about it, he said, we need to have a good talk with this He Cheng. There are 2 updates today, there will be a second update later, friends. Chapter 1130. Old immortal Qin Qi shook his head slowly and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of, Chen Lizzie said worriedly, he's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Zheng Tuo's side, it will be terrible. Little Ji, don't worry. Qin Qi smiled as he analyzed. The final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Cheng for him to succeed. Now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, not including He Cheng, there were 9 of them. On our side there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of 1 more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the 3 immortal cave, He, Zheng Tuo and the others are very ambitious. Qin Lizzie didn't say anything. Qin Wanyun said, Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyun has always had an idea. If He Qing didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? He Fan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected He Fan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor He Fan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders? He Qing isn't an outsider, he's one of us. Qin Lu retorted. Don't forget that we're from the same family. to enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations, Qin Huanyun said sternly. Qin Li's face turned bitter and he did not say anything else. Qin Shi slowly shook his head. Yun'er's words. Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, although He Qing is only one person, don't forget. Behind him was He tribe's main branch and a large number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the four of us, are Zheng Tua and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in Heifang Grotto Heaven did not know about Jewel Yellow Skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. So regarding He tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fang Yuan lied without any preparation. He easily deceived the four Qin clan Gu immortals. Qin Shi's question caused the expressions of the other three immortals to change. Qin Lu agreed, that's right. Today, young Master He Qing even told me that he could compete with He tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now he is still injured. Qin Shi nodded. He analyzed, He Qing was able to emerge victorious. He is not an ordinary person. He has rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe, with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold. How good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price. If he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate, Qin Liji said. It is never wrong to listen to Ancestor. Qin Lu smiled. Qin Shi sighed faintly, looking at the three Gu immortals. He said emotionally, I am old, I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that. You will definitely live for a very long time. Qin Li's eyes were red. Qin Liji was more pragmatic. Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that He Qing needs to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. He looked at Qin Lu. Regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu heir get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Qin Li's face was red from embarrassment. She stood up and stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Aha. In the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Fang Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This Heifang Grotto Heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only Grotto Heavens had. Blessed lands did not have it. Heifang Grotto Heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black. If one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew. Fang Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. He was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days he and Qin Lu had been playing around. They obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl. They had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of Heifang Grotto Heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of Heifang's true inheritance test. It is about time. In 2 more days the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was a pleasant scene. In front of Qin Shi's door, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. I came to visit, I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Qin Shi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Qin Shi was lying on the bed. He sat up as he said weakly, Esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. Fang Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression. It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu immortal. I thought about it for a long time and thought of a method. It can lessen your injuries. Qin Shi was not injured at all. Thank you for your concern, but my injuries cannot be healed by ordinary methods. Fang Yuan smiled. Friend Qin, you might not know. This is an immortal killer move, my tribe's signature method. Even though the core immortal goo are still in the tribe, I know the contents of the killer move. I will teach you this killer move. You can change the core, it might help your injuries. How can I do that? Qin Shi quickly refused. Fang Yuan said warmly, I feel like old friends with you. I have been chatting with you all these days. I will teach you the killer move, it is a form of return. What are you saying? This is too much. Qin Shi continued to refuse. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He said in a worried tone, it is just an immortal killer move. How can I express my feelings with it? To speak the truth, this final test of He Fan's true inheritance is truly difficult for me. Please enlighten me, fellow immortal Qin. Qin Shi heard this and his eyes shined. He understood Fang Yuan's hidden meaning. He was here to exchange benefits and ask for his support. Qin Shi sat up subconsciously saying, in my humble opinion, this is the same as goo refinement. When refining goo, the heat is needed. Sometimes the heat needs to be fierce. Sometimes the heat needs to be slow. It is in accordance with the urgency of the matter. I am ashamed. I am very interested in refinement path. I spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. It wasn't nonsense but a bunch of bullshit. You are a rule path goo immortal, why are you interested in refinement path? But Fang Yuan knew the meaning behind these words. He smiled, my clan has countless refinement path books, they are as vast as the sea. As long as I obtain the true inheritance and free everyone. When you return to the clan, you can read all of these books. Furthermore, I have many personal refinement path methods and goo recipes. After I succeed, I can give them to you. What's wrong with that? Qin Shi nodded, showing a satisfied expression. But he continued, I am interested in refinement path, I am not interested in it. But my grandnephew Qin Liji is an enslavement path goo immortal. He is extremely envious of the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside exalted immortal. Fang Yuan's expression sank. There is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle, we cannot give it to you. But our clan raises a large number of iron crown eagles, they are famous in northern plains. I can guarantee that as long as we return we will give each of you one. Joy flashed past Qin Shi's face as he sighed. Back then old ancestor He Fan suppressed Qiao clan because of their eagle rearing method. To think that after so many years, they have developed to such a scale. But now that our ancestor has been punished, I am very worried about what kind of state we will be in when we return to the clan. No need to worry, I can guarantee that when you return to the clan and strengthen He tribe, you will be welcomed with open arms. Fang Yuan paused before saying, and the matter of you being punished is a matter that happened many generations ago. When I obtain the true inheritance, I will pardon all of you. You have been guarding He Fan Grotto Heaven for generations, you have already committed more crimes than crimes. Adding on the merit of helping me obtain the true inheritance. After I return to the clan, I will definitely uphold justice for all of you. Qin Shi smiled, Lord Immortal is a dragon among men, you are a true genius, your words carry enormous weight. With your words, I am relieved of half of my worries. Thank you for your trust. Actually, we are all of He tribe's bloodline, we are one family. But, as for the others outside, it will depend on their performance. Fang Yuan had a hidden meaning. Sigh, I only need 300 lifespan goo. 300 lifespan. Fang Yuan stared at Qin Shi angrily. Qin Shi was still smiling. Fang Yuan flew into a rage. 300 is too much, I do not even have lifespan goo. I will only give you 100. 150. Qin Shi bargained. He finally stopped pretending. Fang Yuan paced around a few more times, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, I will give you 150. Deal. Qin Shi clapped, he laughed loudly, he did not even care about his face. But speaking of which, if he could gain 100 years of lifespan, so what if he lost some face? Qin Shi looked at Fang Yuan, his smile becoming wider. I heard from Lu Air that Lord Immortal has countless immortal goo. I wonder if you can show them to me? Fang Yuan was stunned, he became furious, he gritted his teeth at Qin Shi. This old thing had such a huge appetite. He said he wanted to take a look, but he wanted Fang Yuan to give up an immortal goo in exchange for his support. Qin Shi saw that Fang Yuan was furious, his heart jumped, but he thought about how rare this opportunity was, there would not be another one like this. Would he still have a chance after returning to the main tribe? Thus he quickly said, this is my final request, as long as it is fulfilled, the four of us will definitely support Lord Immortal. Fang Yuan started pacing around again. He paced around fiercely as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with the floor tiles under his feet. Qin Shi observed his expression, seeing that Fang Yuan's anger was fading and he was in deep thought. He gradually relaxed. He was secretly happy. This matter is done. As expected, after a while Fang Yuan stopped walking. He stood in front of his bed and took out an immortal gu. Rank 7 immortal gu. Qin Shi gasped. He was surprised and joyful. This is a sword path immortal gu. It is not suitable for me, otherwise I would not have given it to you. Fang Yuan said hatefully. What is the name of this gu? Qin Shi's eyes shined. He looked at Fang Yuan handing this gu to him. Wait, let's change it to this immortal gu. Fang Yuan changed his mind. He retracted his hand and took out a gu from his immortal aperture with his other hand. Qin Shi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fang Yuan's other hand. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The sword path immortal gu activated. Sword path killer move, dark assassination. Qin Shi was stunned. The wound between his brows gradually widened. Soon after, blood spurted out from the front of his forehead and the back of his head. P.S. Chapter 1131. The moment Qin Shi died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal gu houses. They were controlled by old immortal Qin Shi. However, Fang Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal gu houses were nothing to gu immortals. Unless it was an immortal gu house, but how could these Fang grotto having gu immortals have the latter? Fang was so ruthless, he killed the He tribe gu immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted. There was no information about the immortal gu house left behind. And with just these gu immortals in Fang grotto heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal gu house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to crack it. Old immortal Qin Shi making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These gu immortals in Fang grotto heaven have been at peace for too long. Without fighting, they are pushing for progress. They have no vigilance at all. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Qin Shi's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Qin Shi died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly Fang Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Qin Shi was dead, Fang Yuan kept him in the sovereign immortal aperture. Then he activated familiar face and transformed into old immortal Qin Shi. He swaggered open the door and walked out. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Along the way Fang Yuan met many gu masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan would activate his gu worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Qin Shi's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Qin Shi had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old immortal Qin Shi usually did things. These days Fang Yuan. By playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Qin Shi's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise he could only disguise himself by relying on familiar face. However, he could not disguise old immortal Qin Shi's actions. Fang Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon they arrived in front of a palace. Old ancestor, why are you here? Qin Lizzie heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Cheng. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? Little Ji, that He Cheng just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Yuan patted Qin Lizzie's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal gu house. But the residences of the other 3 gu immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Qin Shi could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Qin Lizzie heard Fang Yuan's words and was moved. His suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Fang Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon he brewed high-quality tea. He served it with both hands and was extremely respectful. After the tea was served, Chen Lizzie sat down. Fang Yuan drank some tea. Seeing that Chen Lizzie was sitting far away from him, he said, "Little Ji, bring the chair over and sit beside me." Chen Lizzie was overwhelmed by this favor. He replied happily, "Yes, old ancestor. I will stand beside you and respectfully listen to your instructions." How could he do that? There was a difference between a person standing and a person sitting. When standing, their muscles were tense, they could advance or retreat. When sitting, their entire body was relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would lower their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chen Lizzie, he had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. "Bring the chair over and sit." "What are you talking about? I have already discussed with that He Cheng, we will deal with Zheng Tuo's group next. There are many things I need to tell you. Yuan and Lu are women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you need to take on more responsibilities." Chen Lizzie's heart surged with emotions, he felt a sense of appreciation. Yes. He quickly brought the chair over and sat in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the door of the hall was open. He said, "Close this door and disperse the outsiders, it is better to keep this a secret." Chen Lizzie did not doubt him, he did as he was told. He Cheng could not endure it. In the end he came to visit me. This time I talked with He Cheng, he gave me a lot of benefits, he is very sincere. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Chen Lizzie listened attentively. He had long wanted to ask what price He Cheng paid, but since old ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Now that Fang Yuan satisfied his curiosity, he told him more about the price. Chen Lizzie listened attentively, his eyes shined brightly. He Cheng actually gave old ancestor a rank 7 immortal goo? Chen Lizzie gasped, he was overjoyed. Would old ancestor lie to you? Watch. Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal goo. Good goo, good goo. Chen Lizzie praised. Little Ji. Fang Yuan dragged his voice. Chen Lizzie quickly raised his head, how could he ignore an elder's question? Right at this moment, a sword light flashed. Chen Lizzie was slightly stunned, there was a light just now? Next, he subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan's hand, the flying sword immortal goo in his hand had vanished. Where did this goo go? A huge question mark popped up in Chen Lizzie's mind. Then he felt as if all the strength in his body was suddenly sucked away. A warm liquid flowed down from his forehead in large streams. Suddenly the world spun. He fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand, he tried to grab onto Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop. He fell to the ground without any signs of life. On Fang Yuan's face, his benevolent smile slowly vanished, his expression turned cold and eerie. Using the same method, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well. If it did not tremble, no one would be able to see through it. Next, he kept Chen Lizzie's corpse in his immortal aperture. He pushed open the palace door and left. Only 2 female Gu immortals were left. Chen Wanyun's threat was higher, Fang Yuan's next target was her. "Sister, I've finally mastered the middle concealment technique," Chen Lu said to Chen Wanyun with a smile. "Is that so?" Chen Wanyun heard this and was overjoyed. She looked at Chen Lu and said happily, "My Lu heir, you finally know how to work hard. Let me guess, who is it that made Lu start to cultivate so diligently?" Chen Wanyun pretended to think for a while before continuing, I think that person's surname should be He. His name only has one word." Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted, "Sister, don't mess around, don't mess around. He is working hard to begin with, alright." "Is that so?" Chen Wanyun smiled as she looked at Chen Li's shy expression, thinking, "Lu Er is young and inexperienced, we cared for her as she grew up. But she knows He Cheng is outstanding, so she wants to improve. I wanted to remind her, but it seems I was overthinking." Chen Lu could not resist this gaze. She took a step back, vanishing from Chen Wanyun's sight. "Sister, if I use middle concealment, can you feel it?" Do you know where I am now?" Chen Li's voice resounded in Chen Wanyun's ears. "You lass, watch how I deal with you after I find you." Chen Wanyun pretended to be fierce, she was about to use an investigative killer move. At this moment she sensed movement outside the hall, she asked curiously, "Why is old ancestor here?" "Lu Er, stop playing around, come with me to greet him." Chen Lu was about to stop her immortal killer move when she suddenly had a change of heart. She thought of the previous time when they were plotting, old immortal Chen Chi had teased her, she pouted, "Forget it. I will eavesdrop from the side, let's see if old ancestor can find me. If he can't find me, I'll suddenly appear and give him a fright. You be careful of being too mischievous, you won't be able to get married." Chen Huanyun shook her head helplessly. She got up and walked out of the hall to greet old immortal Chen Qi. Fang Yuan had familiar face. Chen Huanyun and Chen Le could not see through his disguise. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not see through Chen Li's concealment. In fact, even if he had this killer move, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, the immortal aura would leak out. It could not be concealed. It would attract suspicion. Only an immortal method like dark assassination could conceal the immortal Gu's aura completely. It could be used to launch a sneak attack and catch the enemy off guard. Chen Huanyun led Fang Yuan to the main seat. She wanted to call Chen Lu out. How could she peep at an elder like this? But her thoughts changed. She thought, old ancestor has always doted on Lu Er. Now that he has negotiated with young master He Cheng and obtained a lot of benefits, he is in a good mood. Lu Er is in hiding. Even if old ancestor finds out, he will not blame Lu Er. Thinking of this, Chen Huanyun pretended not to know. She served tea. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again. He got Chen Huanyun to sit near him. Chen Lu watched from the side. She smiled secretly. She felt that it was quite exciting. Next, she eavesdropped on Fang Yuan and Chen Huanyun's conversation, gradually getting engrossed. Hearing that her clan had obtained a lot, she was happy, but she could not help but worry for Fang Yuan. Young Master He Cheng invested so much. Will there be a negative impact on him? Next, Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This rank 7 sword path Immortal Gu was given to me by He Cheng. Chapter 1132. Why did old ancestor suddenly kill Chen Huanyun? Chen Le did not understand. She could not understand at all. She sobbed softly as her body shook. Her heart jumped. She thought of Chen Lizzie. Would the old ancestor look for Chen Lizzie and also want to kill him? This was a simple deduction. No matter what, she had to find Chen Lizzie and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chen Lu did not think of He Cheng. She thought of her closest clan Gu immortals. Chen Lu woke up. She stopped sobbing and stood up, activating her immortal killer move to conceal herself as she ran towards Chen Lizzie's palace. Fang Yuan did not go to Chen Lizzie's residence like Chen Lu expected. He did not find Chen Lu. He had already killed Chen Lizzie. Thus, his final action was to go to Chen Li's residence. He would find her and kill her. A moment later, Chen Lu arrived at Chen Lizzie's residence. Why is there no one here? Chen Lu searched the entire palace but did not find Chen Lizzie. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chen Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they would not believe it. Looking at the empty palace, Chen Li's heart was filled with endless confusion and panic. Old ancestor Chen Qi killed Chen Huanyun. Chen Lizzie was nowhere to be seen. He was likely dead. Chen Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no, young master He Cheng. Chen Lu finally thought of Fang Yuan. Her body shuddered. She felt. At this moment she could only rely on He Cheng. She immediately turned around. She ran towards He Cheng's residence. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Chen Li's palace. There was no one here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. There was a new change in the situation. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky. This Heifan Grotto heaven sky was clear and clear. There were no clouds. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky. He quickly returned to his residence. Where else could Chen Le go? It had to be those few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics. Returning to his residence, Fang Yuan turned into Black Cheng and waited for Chen Lu. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky. It shot out explosively, rushing into the sky and burning in all directions. It was dazzling and dazzling. Could this be what Chen Lu mentioned before? The brilliant light warning and the immortals defending together? Fang Yuan frowned. Over the past few days, he had been asking Chen Lu for all sorts of information. One of them said that when the Gu immortal first appeared in Heifan Grotto Heaven, he was bullied by desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortals of the previous generations. Let's join hands to fight against the enemy. Usually, they lived in different parts of the heavenly abode. If either side was attacked and the situation was critical, they could send out a warning, inviting Gu immortals from all over to help, paying the corresponding compensation afterwards. As the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven get stronger and stronger. This light hadn't appeared for almost 100 years. This time it was likely that Chen Lu would make a move. I've underestimated this woman. This move is a good one. Fang Yuan smiled. He was cunning. Immediately he deduced many things. He killed 3 people in a row. Only Chen Lu was left. And the method of the brilliant light warning could only be known by Gu immortals. Qinlu was definitely the one who used it. Why did Qinlu avoid them and activate it? Evidently she found out that a few others had met with misfortune. It did not matter where she was hiding or what method she used. Since she did not find him, it meant that she was already suspicious of him. Next, the group of immortals would come. How would Fang Yuan deal with them? It turned out that at the previous moment, Qinlu was about to find He Qing when a thought flashed in his mind. Even if he found young Master He Qing, what if he could not defeat old ancestor? Qinlu did not know He Qing's strength, but deep in his heart, he felt that old immortal Qin Chi was more profound and unfathomable. This was because of old immortal Qin Chi's reputation. I need to find a way to satisfy both sides. Qinlu thus thought of the brilliant light warning. The warning light shot into the sky. Qinli's heart calmed down a little. I wonder if old ancestor will come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Qinli started to feel afraid again. She gritted her teeth, deciding to find Fang Yuan first. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Fang Yuan was the culprit. The moment the brilliant light warning shot into the sky, the other Gu immortals reacted. What is going on? At this crucial moment, old man Qin Chi actually sent a warning and invited us to join him? In front of three immortal cave, Feng Jun looked at the soaring light and frowned. Zhou Min also had a suspicious expression. This is a little strange. Old immortal Qin Chi has 4 Gu immortals, he is the strongest. In Heifan Grotto Heaven, what other ancient desolate beasts are there that are worth Qin Chi inviting us to help? You feel that this is related to that He Qing? Jing Tua asked. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This brilliant light warning has not appeared for close to 100 years, it happened at this time, it is very strange. Furthermore, that He Qing has already stayed at old man Qin Chi's place for 5 to 6 days. They might have already reached some kind of agreement and colluded together. With old immortal Qin Chi's mood, as long as He Qing is willing to give us benefits, it is not surprising that he would support us. Zheng Tua thought about it. Regardless of whether it is an ancient desolate beast attack or if Qin Chi and the rest are trying to harm us, we should go and investigate. That's right. Our blood light soul suppression has already reached a critical juncture. If we stall for a few more days, we can suppress the heavenly spirit and obtain the true inheritance. The urgent matter now is to stall for time. But we need to be careful and see what the other party is planning. If we continue to feign civility in a few days, this Heifan Grotto Heaven will be ours. Feng Jun laughed coldly. Immediately, the 3 immortals moved out, flying towards old immortal Qin Chi's palace. At the same time, the other 2 Gu immortals also moved out. Heifan Grotto Heaven was not small. But the Gu immortals' residences were not far from each other. Furthermore, the 3 immortals did not care about immortal essence. They activated their immortal killer moves to travel. A moment later they were already halfway there. At this time, a rapidly flying figure appeared in the 3 immortals' vision. Is that Qinlu? Zhou Min recognized the person first. And when Qinlu went to Fang Yuan's residence, she did not see Fang Yuan. She felt dejected and even more worried. But she did not know that she was a fool. She managed to escape a calamity. I didn't have much hope for this assassination, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Gu immortals in this Heifan Grotto Heaven cannot compare to those in northern plains. It seems that they have been living in peace for too long, their alertness is too low. Forget it, let's kill these 2 first. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. Fang Yuan thought of many things, but it only lasted for a moment in the outside world. The corners of his mouth curled up a little as he charged straight at Feng Jun and Zhou Ming. Kill. For example, Zhou Min's light path inheritance, old immortal Qin Chi's rule path inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like jewel yellow skies were deleted by Heifan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. He tribe's Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of far-sighted weapon light, outsiders might not know about it, but how could He tribe's Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die. During this process, because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts, they would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation. Everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. Fang Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan, he had also collected a lot of information. Farsighted weapon light. Speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice. Unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan probed this farsighted weapon light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public, they were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders. Because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu. One could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan resisted farsighted weapon light as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching, they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. When the target attacks, it can be used to push the target away. When the enemy retreats, it can be used to pull the enemy back. Once this move is used, it can create a huge gust of wind, but this was only the appearance, the key was that formless force. Fang Yuan could not sense this formless force, he was hit again and pushed far away. At once, the distance was pulled apart again. It was as if everything he did earlier was useless. But Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he thought, luck move, this is the second time. According to Chen Lu, this move could not be used frequently. In a day it could only be used about 100 times. Even if it was 100 times it might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating luck was not as simple as it looked on the surface. First was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he did not have a deep foundation. Activating this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? Secondly, immortal killer moves could not be activated every time. As long as Feng Jun failed once, not only would he be injured by the backlash, he would not be able to resist Fang Yuan's charge. Fang Yuan would get close and kill him. Thus, it looked like Fang Yuan could not do anything to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he had the absolute advantage. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the edge of a cliff. If they were careless, they would lose everything and die. Die. Zhou Min was still shouting, she stared at Fang Yuan with white light shining in her eyes. Chapter 1134. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Fang Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 Blood Path Gu immortal, Zheng Tuo, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool, even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. Hei Cheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal, the two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu immortals and surround and kill him with old immortal Qin Chi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an immortal killer move, an auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. What are you doing? Second brother, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly, he tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, "Don't move, I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light." Zhou Min heard this and her body shook, she exclaimed excitedly, "Good idea." She concentrated as she stared at Fang Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger, Fang Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Fang Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them, he suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Zheng Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse! Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Fang Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Zheng Tuo, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu immortal would be a huge boost to Fang Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Zheng Tuo's words, Fang Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome, the conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Dao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Dao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu immortal, they could absorb their Dao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. He had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the Great Grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the Shadow sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life. Killing in all directions. When he killed Gu immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. He could also absorb Dao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Fang Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Dao marks most often. Fang Yuan stuffed Zheng Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. While he was thinking, the lifespan Gu had already been completely refined and belonged to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stored the lifespan Gu in his hands into the sovereign immortal aperture, storing them properly. He did not intend to use these lifespan Gu for now. Actually, the establishment of Heifan Grotto Heaven was a huge success. It had been a long time. He accumulated so many lifespan Gu. Thinking about it, it is not strange at all. My sovereign immortal aperture, when? Can it produce lifespan Gu? Fang Yuan was a little fascinated. However, he also knew that he was still far from reaching this goal. Although he was making a lot of money every day and making a lot of profit every month, that was all from his previous accumulation. Managing the immortal aperture. It was still in the basic construction stage. Only when he had enough resources to feed all of his immortal Gu for a long period of time would the basic construction be complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, Heifan Grotto Heaven's existence is not worth mentioning. Long Hair Ancestor was a legendary character of the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. The lifespan Gu in Heifan Grotto Heaven are over 700 years old. How many lifespan Gu can Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Langya Blessed Land definitely has a lot of lifespan Gu. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could take out some of them. They are used to feed wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Celestial Court. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Even if they had to sacrifice Feng Jioga, they did not hesitate. Lifespan Gu was probably the main reason. Think about it, the old immortals in the heavenly court were all people with short lifespans. They could only linger on with their last breaths through hibernation. One could imagine how attractive these lifespan Gu were to them. Fang Yuan's gaze. He turned towards the wall of light, stopping at the center. The shadow here was the largest. It is at the center. Does this mean that this is the most precious treasure in Heifan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart pounded. He stretched his left hand towards the center of the wall of light. Soon he touched that shadow. It felt cold, but the surface of the shadow was not smooth, it was uneven, like a sesame seed. Fang Yuan tried to take it. It was very heavy. According to a normal person's strength, He could not lift it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path Mortal Goo. After increasing his strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this shadow's true appearance, Fang Yuan's face showed a slightly surprised expression. This was not a single entity, more accurately speaking, this was the combination of countless individuals. This was an ant ball. The black ant ball was the size of a basin. It was very heavy. Countless black ants were huddled together. They were dense and compact. These ants were not ordinary ants, they were all Mortal Goo. The first one was a Mortal Goo, so be it. Because it was a lifespan Goo, in the eyes of many Goo immortals, it was more valuable than Immortal Goo. But this was Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He also found it strange. Because even with his eyesight he could not recognize what Goo worm this was. Regardless of that, Fang Yuan felt that this was the content of He Fan's true inheritance. Even if it was a Mortal Goo, it would not be too bad. Thus he started to refine it. Mortal Goo could be refined with primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a Goo immortal. He had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, turning into his own. Under Fang Yuan's will, the ants scattered, the center of the ant ball was revealed. Fang Yuan's expression changed, his gaze became sharp. Because he sensed the aura of an immortal Goo. Chapter 1137. A dazzling array of immortal killer moves were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan restrained the excitement in his heart, carefully inspecting it. The immortal killer moves were comprehensive, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. These were all time path immortal killer moves. Their cores were mostly Year Goo and after Immortal Goo. A small portion of the immortal killer moves used Immortal Goo years flow like water as the core. Immortal killer moves that used rank 8 Immortal Goo as the core were naturally very effective. Fang Yuan had experienced this long ago. His familiar face was a legendary method that used rank 8 Attitude Goo as the core. Of course, the current Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. His green grape immortal essence could not activate years flow like water. It was not like Attitude Goo, which could be controlled with mental strength. Attitude Goo is a legendary immortal Goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. In terms of usage, years flow like water is inferior to it. But speaking of which, was an Attitude Goo given to He Fengyu by He Fan? These immortal killer moves broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. The principles involved, the combination of Goo worms, gave him a feeling of great gains with just a glance. There were more than 30 immortal killer moves. Some immortal killer moves were split into rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8 levels. Some immortal killer moves even had He Fan's attainments and experiences when he created them in the past. Year of Harvest? Fang Yuan's gaze paused slightly. He found an interesting immortal killer move among them. Year of Harvest. This was the name of the immortal killer move. The core immortal Goo used was immortal level Year Goo. There were tens of thousands of supplementary mortal Goo. They were split into different categories. The activation process was very complicated. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even a legendary person like him would need 2 to 3 days to activate this immortal killer move. The immortal essence expenditure was huge, but Year of Harvest's effect was calculated from the time the killer move was activated. It would greatly increase the immortal aperture's resource production. This was an immortal killer move used to manage the immortal aperture. It was a rare killer move, but it was very practical. He Fan also praised this immortal killer move. According to the introduction, this immortal killer move was not created by him, but had been exchanged with someone called Dan Immortal. Fang Yuan took a closer look. The bountiful year required many mortal Goo. If he wanted to prepare them, he would have to start with Jewel Yellow Skies. He definitely had to use this killer move. But not only did he need to expend a lot of immortal essence, he also expended a lot of Year Goo. The Year Goo I obtained is only 100 years old. He had to refine it evenly. Only then could he use the Year of Harvest. Otherwise it would be a huge loss if it was reduced to immortal Goo. Fang Yuan continued reading. Of these killer moves, some were shockingly powerful. Some were incredibly exquisite and unimaginable. But to Fang Yuan, none of this was particularly important. Fang Yuan did not forget his main objective from start to finish. That was to find a way to delay his immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. A day feels like a year. His eyes lit up as he saw his goal. This immortal killer move still used immortal level year goo as the core. Large numbers of day goo were used as support. Once activated, it could slow down the immortal aperture's time. Just from the name alone, 1 day in the immortal aperture would slow down to a year's time. However, Fan mentioned in his notes, slowing 1 day in the immortal aperture to a year's time, that was purely in theory. The actual effect would have to be determined by the specific situation. For example, if a Strength Path Goo immortal mainly had Strength Path Dao marks, this Time Path Killer move's effect would be greatly reduced. If a Time Path Goo immortal used it themselves, it would be like Fan using it on himself. The effect would be amplified by the Goo immortal's Time Path Dao marks, the effect would be much better. Or for example, a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land had the same killer move. The effects were different. A month feels like a year. Fang Yuan continued to read, there was another immortal killer move, it was very similar to a year. It also slowed the immortal aperture's time, turning a month into a year. The core goo was still immortal level year goo, but the supplementary mortal goo was month goo. Day goo, month goo, year goo. These were all time path goo worms. They could be compared. Other than day feels like a year and month feels like a year, there were 2 other immortal killer moves, they were called year feels like a month and year feels like a day. The first 2 slowed the immortal aperture's time, while the second 2 sped up the time. To extend the immortal aperture's time, the interval between calamities and tribulations would naturally be lengthened. For example, Fang Yuan would undergo tribulation in 2 months in the outside world. After using day feels like a year, he would need decades or even centuries to undergo the next calamity and tribulation. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He felt joy in his heart. The previous 3 earthly calamities had forced him into a corner, he could only brace himself and charge through them. Now that he had this immortal killer move, it was different. From now on, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat, he had room to maneuver, it was very important. But for now there is no need to slow the immortal aperture's time. After a few more earthly calamities, I can gain Dao marks and raise my cultivation level. With Chudu's help, I have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Fang Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were drawbacks. This would cause the growth of resources to fall sharply, and Fang Yuan's cultivation level to rise would also fall by a large margin. Next, I need to prepare these goo worms. There is no need to prepare immortal goo, but I need day goo and month goo in large quantities. Even if I buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies, I will need to buy them for a long time. Fan's true inheritance did not leave any mortal goo like day goo, month goo, or year goo. Fang Yuan had to buy them himself. Even though this was difficult, as long as Fang Yuan made up his mind, he could make it happen. These 4 immortal killer moves can be considered a set of killer moves, they are specially used to change the immortal aperture's time. Fan, who created this killer move, is truly a genius. Not to mention, it even imitated the effects of other paths. Even though there were only a few immortal goo in Fan's true inheritance. But with all sorts of mortal goo, countless immortal killer moves could be formed, allowing the goo immortal to deal with any situation. This was the normal state of orthodox cultivation. Even though Fan was strong, he was not even one of the 10 extreme existences. Thus he raised few goo worms, they were all time path goo worms, he could afford it. The number of goo worms was not important, the goo immortal using them was. Fan was the best example. He only had 2 or 3 goo, but he could use them in all sorts of ways. There was no strongest immortal goo, only the strongest goo immortal. This was also the reason behind this sentence. Chapter 1138. Compared to He Qing, even though I have many immortal goo, they are not developed enough. Fang Yuan reflected on himself and reflected on himself. Fan's true inheritance moved him a lot, but he did not waver. It is not wrong of me to feed so many immortal goo. Goo immortals placed great importance on calamities and tribulations. The higher one's cultivation went, the harder it would be to transcend the tribulation. Black Fan had few immortal goo, the burden of feeding it was small, but it had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. Most of the resources had been accumulated. Even if they were sold for immortal Yuan stones, they could be converted into rich immortal essence reserves. Moreover, Fan had a family, a superpower with a gold bloodline. Fan also liked to guide juniors, he had many immortal goo that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them to He tribe's main goo immortals, or used them as He tribe's treasury to be passed down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme aptitudes. His immortal aperture's potential was limited. There was a limit to the resources he could manage. All in all, feeding a few immortal goo and developing a large number of killer moves was a wise move. But Fang Yuan was different. The specific situation had to be analyzed in detail. The first biggest difference was the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge potential. Raising goo was a burden, feeding immortal goo was even more of a burden. However, Fang Yuan could afford it and even had more than enough to spare. The second difference was that Fang Yuan was a loner. He was alone, so he didn't have to worry about his family. Nor did he have to worry about his descendants. This was the advantage of being alone. The advantage of clans was in sharing resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, it was just that the more effort he put in, the more the family would benefit. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the family. He had grown up in such an atmosphere in his family. Throughout the entire process, he received a lot of care from his family, which resulted in kinship, friendship, love, and other restraints. He cared about his family. There were also his descendants. The environment in which a person grew up had a huge impact on a person. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was free and unrestrained, so he had almost no burden in this aspect. Although he had joined the Langya sect, he was just using them. The third difference was that Fang Yuan was under immense pressure to survive. He needed a large number of immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, there were many of them, they were categorized and could be used to deal with all sorts of situations. For example, to fight enemies he could use Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Retreat. He used Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could deal with them with just Immortal Goo. In fact, the more Immortal Goo there were, the greater the benefits of constructing Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Killer moves used Immortal Goo as the core and Mortal Goo as supplementary. For example, Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move Sword Marks Targeting Death used Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core. A small number of other Sword Path and other paths Mortal Goo were supplementary. But if Fang Yuan did not have Flying Sword Immortal Goo and only had Sword Escape Immortal Goo, he would use Sword Escape to replace Flying Swords and use Sword Marks Targeting Death. What should he do? Replacing Flying Swords with Sword Escape was also feasible. Because they were both Sword Path Immortal Goo, they had such a foundation. They could totally be replaced. But the killer move Sword Marks Targeting Death would have to change greatly. Flying Sword was an offensive Immortal Goo. It was easy to use it to construct offensive killer moves. Sword Escape was a teleportation Immortal Goo. If it was used to replace Flying Swords, the Mortal Goo needed for Sword Marks Targeting Death would not only need to be changed, the number would also increase greatly. This way, the activation of Sword Marks would be more complicated and difficult. The time needed would be longer, the chances of failure would be higher, the practicality would be lower. All in all, He Fan's Goo nurturing strategy was very common, but it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Goo nurturing strategy was very accurate to him. But if other Goo immortals tried to learn it, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan continued to read. In He Fan's True Inheritance, after the immortal killer moves, there were mortal killer moves. There were many of these killer moves, most of them were time path, but Fang Yuan could not use them anymore. Mortal and immortal levels were different. Maybe in the future, when Fang Yuan fought against other Goo immortals, he could use these as probing methods. But there was little use because Fang Yuan already had many outstanding mortal killer moves. He had already grasped countless blood path and strength path killer moves. The only use of these mortal killer moves was to be used as a foundation for deductions. After mortal killer moves, there were some killer moves that were not created. There were immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. The degree of completion was different, some were just pure inspiration or conjecture. This was the part that He Fan did not complete before his death. Deducing killer moves was an unavoidable and indispensable part of a Goo immortal's cultivation. Fang Yuan took a look but did not feel much sympathy. His time path attainment level was too low, wisdom Goo could not be used. Moreover, Fang Yuan had many methods already, they were enough. Thus, the killer moves section came to an end. After I return, I need to spend a lot of time to practice these killer moves. Fang Yuan planned. Killer moves had a chance of failure. If they failed in an intense battle, the Goo immortal would suffer backlash. If it happened at a crucial moment in the battle, it would be even worse. It was even possible that the success or failure of a killer move could affect the outcome of the battle, it could even be the difference between life and death. Thus, killer moves had to be practiced thoroughly. He needed funds for this. He needed to buy the supplementary mortal Goo used to construct the killer moves. When he practiced, he would need to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal killer moves. He would need to practice them more than once. All of these needed money. Money. Thus, Gu Immortal's immortal aperture management was the most important aspect of cultivation. Economy was the foundation of military strength. Furthermore, wars were dangerous, there were calamities and tribulations. Unless there was a huge conflict of interest, Gu Immortals usually lived peacefully. To practice so many killer moves, it is a huge expenditure. Fang Yuan frowned. He was happy but also worried. It was a pure happy annoyance. A large number of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves and many incomplete killer moves. Fang Yuan looked at these killer moves. Next he saw Gu recipes. Immortal Gu recipes. The first was the parallel refinement recipe of immortal level year Gu. Parallel refinement Gu recipes. There were quite a few. There were 5 Gu recipes, all of them could be used for parallel refinement. Raising the effective year Gu. Later on, Fan recorded his experiences, describing the pros and cons of these 5 methods, as well as the small tricks in parallel refinement. Just these Gu refinement methods were enough for Fang Yuan to gain a lot. Among the 5 parallel refinement immortal Gu recipes, Fan used the last one the most. This immortal Gu recipe was created by Fan in his later years. It used the least materials. It had the highest success rate and consumed the least amount of time and effort. Specifically speaking, it used a large number of mortal level year Gu. Adding them to immortal level year Gu, the effect was very good. After creating it, Fan almost gave up on the previous 4 Gu recipes. He used this parallel refinement Gu recipe. But to ensure that Fan's true inheritance was comprehensive, he recorded all 4 of them. Rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water can produce countless mortal level year Gu, using these mortal level year Gu. Parallel refinement of immortal level year Gu is really convenient. Fang Yuan sighed, continuing to read. Next was the immortal Gu recipe for refining after immortal Gu. Fang Yuan already had this immortal Gu. Thus he only took a quick glance. All in all, the scale of these immortal Gu recipes was shocking. There were close to 100 of them. Moreover, they were all complete immortal Gu recipes. Most were rank 6 immortal Gu recipes. A small number of rank 7s and 2 to 3 rank 8s. The paths involved. The main one was time path, it was the majority. But there were other paths. For example, fire path, luck path and others. Compared to immortal killer moves, these immortal Gu recipes were more messy. There were modern immortal Gu recipes, there were also ancient immortal Gu recipes. Some of the ancient recipes' immortal materials were already extinct, they could not be used. In the entire immortal Gu recipe, Fan emphasized on years flow like water. Years flow like water, this rank 8 immortal Gu was actually created by Fan. His inspiration came from the parallel refinement of year Gu. Fan also described the entire process of refining years flow like water in detail. To gather enough immortal materials, he used up almost all of tribe's treasury, and even paid a huge price in favor to invite 2 refinement path grade experts. In the end, he still owed a huge debt. To refine years flow like water, Fan put in a lot of effort. During the refinement process he suffered many failures, he thought of giving up several times. Fan recorded all of this, he was not afraid that people would laugh at him for being weak. It could be seen that Fan had set up this true inheritance with a conscience. Thankfully his luck was good, after failing 9 times he succeeded. From his words, Fan's difficulties and risks in refining rank 8 immortal Gu were all expressed. Even after succeeding, Fan's lingering fear did not disappear for many years. He solemnly told his successors to cherish their predecessors' hard-earned results. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, they had to be extremely careful when refining other rank 8 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Shuehu. Right now this old man was refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. Chapter 1139. After the immortal Gu recipes there were mortal Gu recipes. There were even more mortal Gu recipes, they were densely packed together. Fang Yuan was a little shocked. What he paid attention to were the mortal Gu recipes of day, moon, and year Gu. According to these mortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan could gather mortal materials and refine mortal day, moon, and year Gu himself. This way not only can I buy these mortal Gu from jewel yellow skies, I can also refine them myself. This will greatly reduce the time I need to prepare them. But it is not worth it to refine them myself. I might as well ask Lang Yasek's hairy men to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned unnoticeably. His relationship with Langya sect had become cold. If he wanted to borrow Langya sect's strength, he would need to improve their relationship first. Ignoring this for now, Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After the immortal goo recipes and mortal goo recipes, there were some incomplete goo recipes. They were not complete, some were as high as 90%, but they were stuck at the bottleneck. Some only had 10 to 20%, they had just been created. Immortal goo before? Fang Yuan's gaze froze. The incomplete immortal goo recipes recorded the immortal goo recipes of before goo, they were only 57% complete. Before immortal goo and after immortal goo were immortal goo corresponding to each other. Evidently, when He Fan was alive, he not only had after immortal goo, he also coveted before immortal goo. Unfortunately, even after his death he did not succeed. There were also He Fan's records, they were his experiences in deducing goo recipes. He described the difficulty of deducing. He advised the inheritor to persevere without fear of difficulties. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of inspiration. Thus, at the end, He Fan wrote down some small recipes. For example, using Wisdom Path Inspiration Goo, Light Path a Flash of Inspiration Goo, and others to help him deduce. Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He was superior to He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences. In Fang Yuan's opinion, they were still superficial. Everyone had their own specialties. Even though He Fan was strong, he had his weaknesses. Just like back then. Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed long hair ancestors help to refine immortal goo. After killer moves and goo recipes, it was He Fan's own cultivation experiences. There was a map that not only included the 5 regions but also White Sky and Black Sky. It was very valuable. Of course, the map of Northern Plains was the most detailed, while the other 4 regions were much more crude. The day and night maps were the ones that Fang Yuan paid the most attention to. It was an eye-opener for him. Some powerful rank 7 goo immortals and all rank 8 goo immortals would go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the map, there were many secrets of the goo immortal world. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land. 88-point Xinjiang Tower. There was a lot of content in this area, but it was useless now. There were also some guesses from He Fan. One of them caught Fang Yuan's attention. He Fan suspected that a Time Path Goo immortal at that time had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense He Fan's yearning for Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was normal. As a Time Path great expert, he could not help but envy and desire the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. Finally, the important part was He Fan's theories and experience in managing immortal apertures. People like He Fan and the 22-Sword Saint were famous warriors in history, so they were a bit proud. Naturally, they didn't want their inheritance to be ruined by incompetent people. So, it was normal for them to set a difficult standard to choose an excellent successor. Next, I will take over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. He waved his hand. At the next moment, the brass bell Heavenly Spirit floated towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. After he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. He could command this brass bell Heavenly Spirit. But it was a pity. He Fan Grotto Heaven devoured the immemorial Azure Heaven fragment, causing the brass bell Heavenly Spirit to be muddle-headed. Fang Yuan could not command it well, communication was hard, it was even worse than a land spirit like Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. On this mountain, there were many stone pavilions. Each of the stone pavilions contained a legacy. Some were mortal-level inheritances, some were goo immortal inheritances. He Fan Grotto Heaven's original goo immortals were mortals. They went to Immortal Succession Mountain and obtained inheritances, slowly cultivating. Unfortunately, after developing for so many generations, they were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan today. Fang Yuan looked around and found the inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. There were still some left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the Grotto Heaven now, everything in the Grotto Heaven belonged to him. These inheritances were no exception. But these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances. There were only 3 goo immortal inheritances left. 2 of them did not have any immortal goo, but they had many immortal goo recipes. The only goo immortal inheritance still had an immortal goo, it was called Bone Spike. it was an offensive bone path goo worm. After looting Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan looked at the vast world outside the mountain. Heifan Grotto Heaven had countless resources. The True Inheritance also had a map of Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, but after so many years Heifan Grotto Heaven had nurtured so many goo immortals, the resource map was no longer suitable. And the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. There was no way to communicate. Thankfully Fang Yuan still had captives. Even though he killed all of the goo immortals, he kept their souls. They were all imprisoned in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A moment later, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the entire Heifan Grotto Heaven. Other than a few places with ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants, there were also several forbidden areas. The goo immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven. They were all local tyrants. After more than 10 generations, how could they not know about Heifan Grotto Heaven? In the process of soul searching, Fang Yuan gained some understanding of these goo immortals' inheritances and cultivation experiences. Bloodlight spirit suppression? Providence. Fang Yuan inspected Zheng Tua, Zhou Min and Feng Jun's souls. He found out about their plan. Fang Yuan was glad that he had acted quickly, otherwise if he had delayed for a period of time, the three immortals might have succeeded. Chu Du took away the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Fang Yuan had attitude goo and familiar face. Providence knew about this. And most importantly, Heifan Grotto Heaven annexed the immemorial Azure Heaven fragment. Providence could monitor this place. Feng Jun suddenly thought of the immortal killer move bloodlight spirit suppression. It was quite strange. Fang Yuan guessed that this was most likely due to Providence's influence. Thankfully, after Fang Yuan obtained the heavenly crystal eagle nest, he immediately took action and obtained Heifan's true inheritance as quickly as possible. Heifan needed to make meticulous arrangements to nurture the walking meat tree. Fang Yuan did not need to do that. Mini Black Heaven's environment was similar to the real immemorial Black Heaven. After the walking meat tree was moved here, they were excited, stretching their branches in satisfaction. Because of Heifan's special methods, Fang Yuan did not spend much effort moving these ancient desolate plants. It was smooth sailing. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in Heifan Grotto Heaven were the same. Fang Yuan used the methods in Heifan's true inheritance to draw these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient desolate beasts in Heifan Grotto Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan needed dog desolate beasts, not ancient desolate beasts. He needed dog desolate beast feces to feed the rank 6 luck immortal goo. But these 3 remnant heavenly hounds were not useless. In the future, if Fang Yuan raises luck immortal goo from rank 6 to rank 7, the food would change. By then, the remnant heavenly hound's feces would be useful. Fang Yuan's relocation was very efficient. Throughout the process, the brass bell heavenly spirit accompanied him silently. Fang Yuan was the owner of the Grotto Heaven. The heavenly spirit could only support and cooperate with him, it would not resist him. After spending half a month, Fang Yuan finally emptied the entire Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even the empty Immortal Succession Mountain was not let off by Fang Yuan. He moved it to mini southern border. Originally, Heifan Grotto Heaven had a large number of goo masters and mortals. These were the bloodline descendants of He tribe's sinful immortals. Fang Yuan killed all of them and collected their souls, preparing to use them on Danghun Mountain. What made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that there were no variant humans living in Heifan Grotto Heaven. When a Grotto Heaven or blessed land reaches a certain stage, goo immortals would raise variant humans inside. Even though Heifan had the ability to do so, he did not do so. Even though there were no variant humans and most of the cultivation resources were consumed by Heifan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals, Fang Yuan's gains were still huge. Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources enriched the sovereign immortal aperture. It was no longer barren and started to show signs of life. This is a huge leap. If I work hard myself, I would need at least 600 years to develop the sovereign immortal aperture to this stage. And this is the best case scenario. But now, after annexing Heifan Grotto Heaven's resources, I have reached this stage. Heifan Grotto Heaven had existed for too long, it had accumulated a huge amount of resources. After all, this was the wealth of a rank 8 goo immortal. There are no calamities and tribulations in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Because this immortal aperture had once devoured an immemorial azure heaven fragment. I can move a large number of resources here. Of course, there are few strength path down marks here. I need to think about the specifics. Chudu thought to himself. Lu Guanyi gave this Heifan grotto heaven to me. Other than to fulfill the agreement, he probably felt that this grotto heaven was a problem. Chudu was not stupid, he soon realized. After taking the heavenly crystal eagle nest, everyone knew that Heifan's true inheritance was in his hands. The truth was, the one who obtained Heifan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan. By doing this, he hid behind the scenes while Chudu took over Heifan grotto heaven. In the future, if something went wrong, Chudu would not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But even if Heavenly Lord Baizu attacks, I will take this Heifan grotto heaven. I am the great domination immortal, why would I be afraid of some risks? When he thought up to here, Chudu spoke boldly and agreed. Good, as expected of domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over Heifan grotto heaven, there was a small problem. The brass bell heavenly spirit was unwilling. Perhaps because Chudu did not have He tribe bloodline. Ignorant fool. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, shattering the defenseless brass bell heavenly spirit with a palm strike. The problem was solved. Chapter 1141. After the exchange, Heifan grotto heaven officially changed owners. Even though Chudu urged him to stay, Fang Yuan insisted on leaving. He had stayed in Heifan grotto heaven for too long. It was time for Fang Yuan to prepare for the fourth earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, he used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to set an agreement with Chudu. Fang Yuan left quickly, leaving Chudu behind. He looked at the desolate Heifan grotto heaven, feeling a headache. He returned to Langya blessed land. Oh look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man Gu immortal was in Langya blessed land. He saw Fang Yuan flying in the sky. Does it matter if he returns or not? That's right, our Langya sect has no difference with or without him. This person is a human Gu immortal after all, he is not one of us hairy men. Forget about him. We need to plan on how to encircle that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy man Gu immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss tactics. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man Gu immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan's investigative methods allowed him to hear every word of these hairy man Gu immortals' conversation. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for Heifan's true inheritance. The fourth earthly calamity was approaching. This earthly calamity, Fang Yuan planned to undergo it alone. Even though it would be safer with Chudu's help, reckless savage's true meaning would be taken away by him. If there were benefits, Fang Yuan wanted to take it all for himself. When he could not take it, he would think of other methods. And this time, he obtained Heifan's true inheritance. His strength rose greatly, he was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo the tribulation, I need Langya sect's immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. I need to borrow immortal Gu and mortal Gu from the land spirit of Langya. With my current cold relationship with the land spirit of Langya, I am afraid I cannot borrow them. Unless I can sell huge benefits like Danghun Mountain. From the looks of it, while he still had some time, he would first complete the sect mission to exterminate the falling star hound. Firstly, it could ease the tension between them. Secondly, he could obtain a considerable amount of sect contribution points. I can pay for borrowing the Gu. Fang Yuan didn't return to his own cloud city. Instead, he flew all the way to the first cloud city. There, he saw the land spirit of Langya. You're still willing to come back? The land spirit of Langya was not polite to Fang Yuan. His attitude was very cold. Fang Yuan sighed. He said with a bitter expression, Supreme First Elder, please forgive me. I have my own difficulties. It wasn't that I was indifferent before, it was just that I didn't have the energy and time. This trip had temporarily alleviated the crisis that he was in. As soon as I returned, I heard the Grand Elders of the sect discussing how to encircle and annihilate the falling star hound. I rushed over immediately because I wanted to take this mission from the hands of the first Supreme Elder. The land spirit of Langya heard this and relaxed his brows. That means you are going to take action? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. Actually, I had always wanted to take action. After all, I am a member of Langya sect. But the situation forced me, I had no choice. Now that I have the energy, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills combined with attitude Gu had an immediate effect. Immediately, the land spirit of Langya felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth. and he was very sincere and apologetic. The land spirit of Langya's expression eased up. He was about to agree, but he swallowed his words and said, "You want to take this mission now? It might be troublesome." The other hairy Mangu immortals hid in the giant grass, attacking the falling star hound from afar. Fang Yuan watched from afar. He could clearly see that there were many traces of intense battles in this battlefield. The hairy Mangu immortals' performance made him look at them in a different light. They fought well, they were much better than before. Even though it was still not enough, the improvement could not be ignored. The falling star hound was indeed underage, even though it was evenly matched with these hairy Mangu immortals. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the sky. He thought, "I am here, Providence, how are you going to deal with me this time?" In the short term, this killer move did not seem to have any flaws. But even if I cannot unravel it, it is easy for me to kill these hairy Mangu immortals. My movement speed is far above them, sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause them to suffer huge casualties, even flying sword immortal Gu can kill them all. Of course, Sixth Hair was hiding his strength. He had to make a different estimate. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait until we actually fight. We're almost there. This time, I'm really going to defeat Falling Star Hound. 12th Hair was getting more and more excited as he fought. He could see the light of victory. This time he had performed exceptionally well. 7 to 8 hairy Mangu immortals and 3 desolate beasts were attacking a young Falling Star Hound. Adding on the correct tactics, the scales of victory slowly tilted towards the hairy men. Fang Yuan, did you see that? Even without you, we can also chase away the Falling Star Hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hair shouted in his heart. He loved his homeland deeply, he was extremely loyal to Langya sect. Thus, when Langya sect's plan to develop Tai Chio was obstructed, Fang Yuan watched from the side. 12th Hair was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. He was injured and bedridden. When Fang Yuan visited him, he did not even want to see Fang Yuan. He sent mortal Gu masters to stop Fang Yuan from entering the Cloud City. This victory was very important to him. It was very significant. Being able to win against Fang Yuan made 12th Hair feel even more proud. As time passed, the battle situation became more obvious. The Falling Star Hound could not hold on any longer. The hairy Mangu immortals felt the pressure on them decreasing. They could not help but feel excited. Some even saw victory, their eyes turned red and their bodies trembled. It was not easy. With their trashy battle prowess, it could be said that they were defeated again and again when they fought against the Falling Star Hound. They had put in so much effort and sweat. In order to devise a tactic to deal with the Falling Star Hound, they had spent countless nights in torment. Now they were finally going to taste the sweetness of victory. Even though they were exhausted and had expended a lot of immortal essence. But the hairy Mangu immortals were in high spirits, they were in a state of excitement. Kill this damn dog. That's right, peel off its skin and hang it on the Cloud City wall, let outsiders see our battle achievements. Ah, we are finally going to defeat it. Fang Yuan, do you see this? I know you are not resigned, but what can you do? Today I will teach you a lesson. I will let you understand that us hairy Mangu immortals are not powerless. Langya sect belongs to us hairy men, not a mere human like you. The hairy Mangu immortals shouted and shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the hairy Mangu immortals very disappointed. They even felt hatred and disgust towards him. He is just pretending, what else can he do? A hairy Mangu immortal sneered. Right at this time a change occurred. An eagle hound suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With a swipe of its claw, it knocked down the diamond bear. With a peck of its beak, it blinded the chestnut yak. With a flap of its wings, winds blew, and the golden white tiger was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The Falling Star Hound shrunk into a ball, shivering. Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy Mangu immortals were pale with fright. No, not just one. Next, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass and 3 were flying in the sky. Unknowingly, the eagle hounds had already surrounded the hairy Mangu immortals. How can this be? 12th Hair's pupils shrunk to pin size, he was stunned. This was the psychological process of falling from heaven to hell. The ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, preventing it from getting up. Behind it was the young falling star hound, curled up on the ground, shivering. They were very close. Between Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound. Less than 100 steps away. Their eyes clearly reflected each other's silhouettes. The ancient eagle hound jumped in fright. Fang Yuan suddenly appearing in front of it made it subconsciously take a step back. But soon, its bestial nature was stimulated. The ancient eagle hound opened its mouth and howled in anger, flapping its wings and using its hind legs to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. He shouted, "Beast, get down!" Boom. The strength path giant palm imprint was unleashed once more from top to bottom. It was like a huge pot lid fiercely slamming down. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. Despite the ancient eagle hound's ferocious momentum, it was still not a match for the giant hand's power and was suppressed. The giant hand was also sent flying up a distance from the rebound. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the strength path giant hand once again slammed down like thunder and wind. The giant hand hit the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing its head to droop and its forelimbs to bend in an exaggerated manner. Its wolf claws supported its body as it stomped on the ground, creating 4 pits. The strength path giant hand was sent flying up a distance from the rebound, the thick and dense giant hand becoming thinner. But at the next moment, the giant hand condensed back to its original state and heavily slammed down. The ancient eagle hound was very indignant. It wanted to raise its head, but at the next moment, it saw the strength path giant hand covering the sky and earth, filling its entire vision. Boom. With a loud sound, the ancient eagle hound's head was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by an enormous force. The sharp and hard eagle beak was deeply inserted into the ground. The eagle feathers fluttered in the air, and its 4 wolf claws were also embedded into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into extreme anger. It had never suffered such humiliation before. It wanted to slap up, so its 4 limbs exerted strength and its muscles bulged. It was about to raise its head at the next moment. Boom. The strength path giant hand was faster than it, hitting its head and back. Its bones creaked from the impact. It could not bear the heavy burden. Its brain shook intensely, it felt dizzy, and all the strength it had gathered just now dissipated. But Fang Yuan did not let it go. He slammed 3 times in a row, almost smashing this ancient eagle hound into the ground. It did not move and fresh blood seeped out of the surrounding soil. The hairy man-gu immortals were stunned. After Fang Yuan knocked out a desolate beast eagle hound, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without any fear of the enemy's strength. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he slammed down more than 10 times with his hands, like slapping flatbread, directly smashing the grand ancient eagle hound to death. Such ferocity was something the hairy man-gu immortals had never seen before. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, not only the hairy man-gu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were stunned. By the time they reacted, if one of them claimed it, it would be directly reimbursed. There was no sound, there was not even any wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly raised his head. He looked up at the sky. Several eagle hounds were circling in the sky. Among them was the second ancient desolate beast. "Next, it is your turn," Fang Yuan said plainly. At the next moment he soared into the sky. The eagle hounds in the sky. Immediately, ear-piercing eagle cries resounded as they scattered in all directions. 12th Hare and the rest could not close their mouths as they watched Fang Yuan fly even higher into the sky, chasing away the eagle hounds like they were sparrows and crows. Was this still an eagle hound? A grand ancient desolate beast? Where was your spirit? 12th Hare felt like he was dreaming. In fact, seeking luck and avoiding calamity, preserving oneself and seeking longevity were the instincts of all living beings. Wild beasts bullied the weak and feared the strong. This was also normal. Once the eagle hounds dispersed, Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation. Eagle hounds were very fast. They were outstanding among desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. "Can you escape?" Fang Yuan muttered. Swoosh. At the next moment, his figure appeared above the eagle hound. Myriad self-first style, strength path giant hand. The giant hand slammed down again. With a loud sound, the hairy men shuddered and the eagle hound's feathers stood on end. The hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the sky by Fang Yuan like a ball. Boom. It crashed onto the ground. Sword escape immortal gu combined with giant hand had an outstanding effect. Strength path giant hand's speed was rather slow. If it was a long-range attack and slammed towards the eagle hounds, They would not even be able to cover half the distance before they escaped. But Fang Yuan went straight ahead. He used his speed to make up for this weakness of Strength Path Giant Hand. Of course, this tactic had its flaws. It could easily put Fang Yuan in a dangerous situation. Thus, Fang Yuan only used this tactic after activating Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, the Immortal Killer move. There was also a precondition, that was that Fang Yuan did not discover any wild immortal goo on these two ancient eagle hounds. If there were wild immortal goo, Fang Yuan would not use this tactic without probing what it was. Tai Chio was covered in giant grass. The ancient eagle hounds did not suffer much damage after being slammed to the ground. Even though ancient eagle hounds excelled in speed, they were all members of the ancient imperial family and had thick skin and flesh. Fang Yuan would not be able to kill them without using a dozen Strength Path Giant Hands. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to follow up with another attack, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, a picture of the future flashed. While he was charging down, a third ancient eagle hound suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and was hit by the wolf's claws, crashing to the ground. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his bones shattered, his Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe killer move was broken. Even Blood Asset Immortal Goo was injured and could no longer be used. The scene flashed for a moment, but Fang Yuan believed it without a doubt. Chapter 1144. The third ancient eagle hound had an immortal goo on it. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart was immediately filled with fervor. That was then, this was now. If it was before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have to retreat when facing this group of eagles. But now that his strength had increased explosively, his mentality had changed. He planned to devour this group of eagle hounds in one bite. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal goo on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it without hesitation. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, I want to see what kind of outstanding defensive immortal goo it is. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already decided on a battle tactic. Blood Path killer moves like Blood Torrent were not suitable to be used in front of the Hairy Man Goo immortals. These Hairy Man Goo immortals knew the dangers of Blood Path. They could communicate with jewel yellow skies. They were not like the Goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven who had limited knowledge. Although Fang Yuan could use the immortal killer move in He Fan's true inheritance, he had to be careful. After all, he had not practiced it thoroughly. If he rashly used it, the activation might fail and result in a backlash. So, Fang Yuan clapped his hands, directly choosing the offensive move that he created and was most proficient in. Combination of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next moment, a vast number of strength path phantoms filled the world. Ah! The Hairy Man Goo immortals were stunned. Sixth Hair also had a dumbfounded expression, but he was not surprised. He had already known about myriad self-killer move. This was information that was outdated. But soon Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk. He blurted out, He disappeared? In his perception, Fang Yuan suddenly vanished. In the sky, there seemed to be only a dense number of strength path phantoms left. This was Fang Yuan using familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom. He was mixed in with the myriad self army. Charge! The myriad self army shouted in unison, like a flood descending from the sky. It poured down on the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the wings on its back flapped, and a dark wing shadow appeared behind the wings. Its speed increased and it actually retreated. This response was a little out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Evidently, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal goo, that layer of wing shadow from earlier. That was its effect. There is actually a second wild immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eagerness intensified. He commanded the myriad self-army to continue charging at the ancient eagle hound. On the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed, like a blooming flower. They opened their mouths and pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated again and again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat route. The myriad self-army stretched out in a straight line, like a flood dragon opening its mouth. The dragon swung its tail. The strength path phantom behind pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound flew backwards, suddenly turning its body to the right, opening its wings. His entire body drew a diagonal arc in the air, perfectly dodging the attack of the army of Myriad Self. The hairy man-gu immortals were very confused. Compared to Eagle and Hound, they were more willing to see Fang Yuan win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be very crafty. Fang Yuan had surrounded it several times but was unable to succeed. The speed of the ancient eagle hound is even faster than these Fang Yuan. Chapter 1145. What is this? Such a big chicken. Seeing the ancient year beast suddenly enter the battlefield, the hairy man-gu immortals were shocked. According to Hei Fan's true inheritance, year beasts have 12 forms. I am quite lucky to be able to summon a chicken year beast this time. Fang Yuan sized up this year beast as he evaluated it inwardly. This year beast was like a small mountain. Its wings were spread out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and full of vigor, its divine might was awe-inspiring. Its feathers were bright and dazzling, and its claws were as sharp as blades. It quickly looked around the battlefield before staring at Fang Yuan. No one was more attractive to it than Fang Yuan, because it could smell the scent of year gu from Fang Yuan's body. Year gu. This was the food of year beast. The higher the rank of the year gu, the more year beasts liked it. Immortal killer move year beast summoning was created based on this principle. The creator was Hei Fan. He had already created this killer move long before refining year's flow like water immortal gu. These are yours. Fang Yuan smiled and suddenly waved his hand, scattering a large number of mortal year gu. The chicken year beast was overjoyed. It raised its neck and inhaled. Immediately, a huge air current formed, like a dragon sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, all the mortal year gu in the air were sucked into its stomach. Kill it and you will obtain even more. Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger, pointing at the crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken year beast's gaze immediately turned sharp. It turned its head at lightning speed and looked at its target. The ancient eagle hound's fur stood on end, revealing its sharp fangs. It felt a strong threat from the chicken year beast. Compared to the chicken year beast, the ancient eagle hound was quite small. Even if it stood up, it could not reach half the height of the chicken year beast. Whoosh whoosh. The chicken year beast flapped its wings and charged towards its target. Its explosive speed was even faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two fiercely collided. The chicken year beast only retreated 70 to 80 steps. Meanwhile, the ancient eagle hound was sent flying far away. The chicken year beast let out a long howl and chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed cunning. After suffering a loss, it no longer clashed with the chicken year beast. Instead, it was a rooster Yuan that swam left and right. Fang Yuan watched for a while and felt relieved. This chicken year beast did not have any immortal gu, but its quality was much higher than the ancient eagle hound. Yuan beasts even in the river of time. It was also a rare and precious beast. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound used its immortal gu, the chicken year beast would fall into a disadvantage. It didn't matter if it happened once or twice, but if there were too many of them, the chicken year beast would be defeated. The side with the immortal gu would have a huge increase in battle strength. Hei Fan warned me in the true legacy that the summoned Yuan was not enslaved, and that he did not have enough control over it. If they encountered an enemy that was too strong, they would not fight head-on. Even if they fought. Sometimes they would leave halfway and ask for more year gu from the gu immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan knew that he did not have much time left. He did not choose to attack the ancient eagle hound together with the chicken year beast. Because the chicken year beast was not under his control, he could only barely communicate with it through the method left behind by Hei Fan, and it was hard for the two to cooperate. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden in the myriad self-army, quietly approaching a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still in the sky, fighting with the myriad self-army. Trying to escape. Fang Yuan's heart thumped as he quickly chased after it. The ancient eagle hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, be it its attack strength or flying speed, they had clearly fallen. Whether it was the gu immortals' battle talent when they were alive or the wild beast's instinct to avoid danger, they both made it choose to retreat. As for those companions who had fainted, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He had already expected this situation, but the timing was a bit earlier than Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase, but the speed at which the distance was shrinking was very slow. The ancient eagle hound fled desperately. Its speed was astonishing. Immortal Killer Move, passing back and forth. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this killer move. Success. The ancient eagle hound returned to its previous position. Fang Yuan caught up and both sides fought fiercely again. After fighting for a few rounds, the ancient eagle hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only chase again. Passing back and forth. Success again. Both sides fought again. The hairy man Gu immortals watched from afar. But soon the ancient eagle hound gave up on Fang Yuan and frantically flapped its wings, retreating for the third time, its attitude more resolute than before. Fang Yuan was helpless. He could not break the other party's eagle wings. Passing back and forth. Unfortunately, he failed the third time and immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. In a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon. Fang Yuan could only stop. Chapter 1146. The time is still too short. It is not enough for me to familiarize myself with past movement. Fang Yuan sighed. If he only used past movement alone, there was a 10% chance of success. But in actual combat it was different. For example, Fang Yuan had to constantly activate Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, 3 Breaths Future Vision and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves used a large number of goo worms and required a huge amount of mental energy. On this basis, activating an immortal killer move like past movement, which he had not familiarized himself with yet, only failed on the third try. It already showed that Fang Yuan's luck was very good. Although immortal killer moves had excellent effects, they expended too much mental energy. Moreover, in a life-and-death battle, one had to observe the opponent at all times, consider tactics and react in time. Thus, in battle, immortal killer moves were not always better when used as many as possible. If too much of one's mind was involved, one might not react properly to the enemy's sneak attack or react in time, resulting in death. That would become a joke. In fact, such jokes had been happening all along the history of Gu Immortals. There were also many examples of extremely powerful killer moves directly causing the Gu Immortal to die on the spot due to failure in activation. If I can solve this problem, I'll be able to increase my combat power by another level. Besides practicing and modifying immortal killer moves to make them more concise, I can solve it from the wisdom path aspect. In the end, immortal killer moves were the combination of countless Gu worms. Activating each Gu worm would consume at least one thought of the Gu Immortal. To successfully activate an immortal killer move, the Gu Immortal would expend tens of thousands of thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that specialized in solving this problem. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were often able to use more complex immortal killer moves than Gu Immortals of other paths. The Wisdom Path inheritance I obtained was mainly Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It was good at deductions but not good at commanding Gu worms to activate killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can use this foundation to develop in this direction. I can make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan chased away the ancient eagle hound, he reflected on himself on his way back and decided on the next development direction of Wisdom Path. He landed on the ground. Fang Yuan patted his abdomen and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The entrance opened, revealing a portion of the sovereign immortal aperture's scenery. Sixth Hair stared straight ahead, but how could he see anything from outside the door? All he saw was a world of ice and snow. It was a desolate scene. That was the Kokitahara of the blessed land of Paragon. Sixth Hair breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he focused on raising his battle strength and neglected the management of his immortal aperture. It is no wonder, after all, the sovereign immortal aperture undergoes a tribulation every 2 months. Sixth Hair did not know that Fang Yuan had already completely plundered Heifang Grotto Heaven. He thought that Fang Yuan was still a poor kid. Little did he know that the other places in sovereign blessed land were filled with verdant hills, limpid waters, dense forests, and abundant resources. Even so, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair looked at the chicken-ear beast as his eyes twitched. Fang Yuan is only rank 6. But there were already rank 7s occupying it. Adding another rank 7 battle strength. I will definitely report this to Lord Ing Wuxia and let him know. The chicken-ear beast clucked. It was very happy. Fang Yuan fed it a large number of year gu. It was very satisfied. Chapter 1149. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal charged towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are so stubborn, or is it the influence of providence? Fang Yuan's gaze was grim as he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal charging towards him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom. At the next moment he opened the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture and let out an extremely huge beast. This is... The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal felt a majestic aura instantly crushing his body and mind. His charge came to an abrupt halt, his fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Because what Fang Yuan let out was none other than the immemorial level upper extreme heavenly eagle. The matured upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, several times the size of the giant whale. Even that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast was comparable to it. Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had terrifying battle strength at rank 8 level. At once, the enemy immortals were shocked. They stared with tongue-tied expressions. They had never expected Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. The cards in this hand were too big. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head, snorting coldly. Why do you think I have been so fearless since the start of the battle? No matter how powerful your battlefield killer move is, can it stop my upper extreme heavenly eagle? The enemy immortals heard this and their bodies shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. According to rumors, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast. It can avoid the heavenly wind chi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only that, it can also pass through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The immortals conversed hurriedly. They were slightly flustered. Fang Yuan revealed a confident smile. Even if you use that dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast, I have confidence in escaping. But what I said earlier is the truth. I do not need to deceive you. If I did, such a clumsy lie would be easily exposed. Why would I waste my effort? The enemy immortals were silent. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle was the best proof of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was the closest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle filled his entire vision. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle's eyes were slightly closed. However, the cold light that seeped out from the slits of his eyes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Did you find out? Is it true? The Gu immortals transmitted to each other. Was a little funny. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was ambushed and saw the terrifying lineup of these Gu immortals, he immediately suspected that this was an illusion. Now, Fang Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The Gu immortals also had the same thought. It's true. The rank 6 Gu immortal called Shui Air was the first to speak. Her tone could not conceal her fear. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's blood and chi is extremely strong. Don't look at its harmless and motionless appearance. Once we launch our attack, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Soon, the other rank 7 Gu immortals confirmed it. How can a mere blessed land contain a primordial desolate beast? Although it's inconceivable, it's the hard truth. What do we do? The enemy can use an immemorial desolate beast. Do we also have to use an immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's killer move space had a Grey Cloud Dragon beast. It was just an empty shell. Although its aura was not fake, it could not display rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Chapter 1154. Ice tears were not an immortal material, but they were precious and were loved by goo masters and goo immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen lived in the icy environment of snowy lands. They normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. But once they shed tears, they would instantly turn into ice tears. Snowmen could shed ice tears at most 3 times in their lives, adding up to 60. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan would decrease greatly, and their life essence would be lost. If a snowman shed too many ice tears, they would age rapidly and die faster. Therefore, ice tear was considered a rare item. Jewel Yellow Skies had ice tears for sale, and it had always been very popular. Shui Songzi had once sold snowmen for other goo immortals to torture, to obtain ice tears. To human goo immortals, ice tears were a precious goo refinement material. But to the snowman himself, the ice tear had another important meaning. That was a token of love. That was right. Snowmen had both genders. They were different from rockmen. Rockmen were pure males. When a snowman and a man got together, they would usually exchange ice tears. This action was extremely important to the snowman. This is an ice tear. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He held this ice tear between his fingers and observed it carefully. Don't look at it like this. Quickly put it down. Shui Er's voice was weak and anxious. There were so many people here. If he held Bing Lei up in public, everyone would be able to see it. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shui Er heard those goo immortals' shocked voices. Shui Er quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. She was giving an ice tear to Fang Yuan. This was no different from expressing her love. Although she had mustered up her courage earlier, with so many people watching, it was too embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have already heard of this special goo material. Today I finally saw it with my own eyes. Thank you, Shui Er, this gift is not bad. Maybe I should refine it into a goo worm? Fang Yuan said cheerfully. Shui Er heard this. Her delicate body shook. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to it. He continued, however, 1 ice tear is still too little. It would be great if there were more. Why wasn't there any trade with the ice tear? What a pity. The blush on Shui's face faded away and her face turned pale. Her head was buried very low and her eyes were blurry. She almost cried out loud. This idiot. Bing Zhuo couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed under his breath and stepped forward. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied. They did not know what to say. Shui Er suddenly raised her head. With her back facing Fang Yuan, she called out to Bing Zhuo, Bing Zhuo Gij. Bing Zhuo gritted his teeth. Seeing Shui's pale face, a strong sense of pity rose in his heart. He knew that Snow was thin-skinned. She had already mustered up enough courage to give away her tears. Perhaps there was also an element of impulsiveness in the head. Fang Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind the ice tear. If she were to criticize Fang Yuan in front of everyone, wouldn't that put Snow in an even more awkward position? Thinking of this, Bing Zhuo could only swallow the words he was about to spit out and say something else. Elder Fang Yuan, I gained a lot from fighting with you. Next time, let's have a good spar again. Speaking of sparring. He purposely raised his voice and gritted his teeth. Shui Er was young and beautiful. She had outstanding talent and high cultivation level. She had always been taken care of and favored by the tribe. But among the males of the same generation, none were worthy of her. This time she was in love with Fang Yuan. Although he was a human goo immortal, the snowman goo immortals discussed it behind their backs and felt it was acceptable. An ambitious and daring person like you will not give up on a rank 8 battle strength so easily. But it will not be easy for you to use sect contribution points to exchange for Langya sect's heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you have a lot of contribution points, you cannot afford it. Land Spirit of Langya said this and his mood became better. With the heavenly crystals he could make Fang Yuan work for Langya sect. At this point, Land Spirit of Langya had to admit that Fang Yuan was very strong. He was much more useful than other hairy Mangu immortals. Then let's exchange for some first. We can only do this slowly. Fang Yuan purposely showed a troubled expression. Fang Yuan had a lot of sect contribution points now. Firstly, he solved the matter of the falling star hound. He had over 1,000 sect contribution points. Secondly, he discovered the alliance of snowmen and rockmen, and successfully urged the 4 races to form an alliance. This amount was close to 1,000 sect contribution points. In this case, Fang Yuan's Langya sect contribution points had broken through the 2000 threshold. But to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material heavenly crystals, these 2000 contribution points were too little. As for the rest of the memory fragments, there was nothing to say. Soon these remnant souls dissipated. Lu Qingyu's body also self-detonated, it was hard to collect them. All of his Dao marks were gathered in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sighed. He still wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's Dao marks into his body. Unfortunately, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were not so easy to take advantage of. After some commotion, the immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, it would be much harder to enter again. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened again, he took Connect Luck Immortal Gu back. Even though Fang Yuan had a brand new body, the effect of Connect Luck was not only on the body, it also affected the soul. Thus, his luck connection with He Lulan and the rest still existed. In order to resist Providence, Wuxia knew that Shadow Sect's precious experience in this aspect. One of them was life. Luck could be borrowed. Luck could be used to deal with Providence. Whose luck was better? Undeniably, it was Fang Yuan who had luck Immortal Gu. Wuxia knew that Fang Yuan had luck. Sixth Hair's existence in Langya sect could not be ignored. Thus, Wuxia used Connect Luck to link his luck with He Lulan. Even though He Lulan was unwilling, she could not resist. This way, Wuxia and Fang Yuan were truly connected by luck. If the other party uses this connection, using luck path methods, even if they are in 2 regions, they can sense each other. This is possible. Will it be luck path? Right at this time, Wuxia's body shook. He saw it. Using luck inspection Immortal Gu, at this moment, he saw that the luck above his head and He Lulan's head were shaking slightly. As expected, it is a luck path method. Amazing Fang Yuan. Not only did you deduce that I connected your luck, you even used it to attack me. It is a pity. I have already seen through this. Wuxia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Even though he sensed Fang Yuan's method, Wuxia could not dispel Connect Luck. He did not have Break Luck Immortal Gu. However, he had a lot of soul path methods. He had many methods to influence and interfere with luck. He tried them one by one. The result was barely satisfactory. The luck vibration was still there. Furthermore, even if he concealed it, there was still He Lulan. Unlike Lu Qingyu, He Lulan could not be abandoned easily. Her value was huge. Once she was abandoned, the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could not be used. Thus Wuxia quickly dispelled this thought. Then should I try entering the immortal aperture? Wuxia entered Shirnu's immortal aperture, and was surprised to find that after combining his soul path methods, the luck above his head was no longer shaking. He ordered He Lulan to enter Shirnu's immortal aperture as well. Subsequently, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and Shirnu walked together and drilled into the blue water boundary wall. Their figures quickly disappeared. Fang Yuan had just come out of Qing Yu Blessed Land. Luck Path Investigative Killer Move, Qi Luck Sensation. He activated the immortal killer move. At once he sensed several locations in his mind. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. Among them Eastern Sea had the most and was the clearest. Qi Luck Sensation's investigative range was huge, but the effect was not outstanding. If not for Connect Luck, Fang Yuan could not investigate across regions. I actually reached the Blue Water Regional Wall. This ancient battle formation's effect is so strong? Even if the outcome of this battle is uncertain, I will chase after you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will weaken you as much as possible. I will weaken you until you cannot save Spectral Soul's main body in time, and I will win. Strange, why did they stop? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed, showing a surprised expression. In his senses, the two locations suddenly vanished. They sensed it so quickly? Fang Yuan's heart sank. This way he could not chase after them. But as long as you connect your luck, you will always be threatened by my killer move. I have the initiative, I can activate it from time to time to check your location. But you will have to be on guard at all times, the price will be higher than mine. This will result in a battle of attrition. And if you break your luck, isn't that exactly what I want? Forget it. Chapter 1161. Since he could not find the other party's location, Fang Yuan wisely gave up on the chase. After reviving, this was the second time Fang Yuan fought against the Shadow Sect. The first time was when Wuxia was forced to make a transaction with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan took advantage of him. The second time, Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage. Even though Fang Yuan's strength had increased by many times because of He Fan's true inheritance. But in the end, Fang Yuan did not achieve his goal. He only killed a Shadow Sect member and weakened Wuxia and the rest. Fang Yuan's strength was increasing, but Wuxia's strength was also increasing. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's growth and strength was not stable, it could not last for long. After all, He Fan's true inheritance was a rare opportunity, it was not easy to encounter it. On the contrary, Wuxia's strength was increasing steadily. Because he was going to inherit the Shadow Sect inheritances of the regions, they belonged to him in the first place, they were stable and reliable, it was predictable. From this point of view, Fang Yuan's plan to kill He Fan in advance was a wise one. Because if he did not make use of this chance, the gap between them would become more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was saved, it would be the end of Fang Yuan. Although Wuxia's decision to retreat was a little shameless, it was absolutely rational and decisive. For Wuxia, as long as he continued to take in the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, his strength would grow rapidly and eventually by a huge margin. In the chaotic Flow Sea battle, even though the two did not fight personally, they fought through space. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information about Wuxia and the rest, especially the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, as well as the latest situation of Wuxia and He Lulan. Meanwhile, Wuxia saw through Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though it was only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution, his advancement was not stopped. His strategy was still being carried out smoothly. Fang Yuan and Wuxia would definitely have a battle of life and death. But now was not the time for it. Wuxia chose to retreat. One day Fang Yuan and Wuxia. One of them had to die. The enmity between the two sides was far from being resolved. Fang Yuan turned around and returned to the turbulent sea region. White clouds were boundless in the sky, and torrents were surging in the sea. It was a chaotic scene. Just as Fang Yuan was about to enter, a female immortal came from the west and shouted, "Immortal friend, wait." Fang Yuan turned his head and saw that the woman was wearing a palace robe, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. Soft and tender. A pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with autumn ripples, it was too beautiful to behold. At that moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing, waiting for the female immortal to come over. "So it's Fairy Huadai. May I know why fellow immortal has summoned me?" Immortal Hua Dai smiled, revealing her pearl-like teeth. I'm ashamed, you know my name but I don't know your surname? I am Chuing. Fang Yuan casually gave a name. Naturally, his current appearance was also a disguise. Chuing was a shadow. Even though this trip did not achieve Fang Yuan's original goal, Fang Yuan was determined to deal with the shadow sect. He was even more determined. Chuing, I see that you want to enter the turbulent Flow Sea region. I have a matter to trouble you with. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you. Immortal Hua Dai said. Please speak. Fang Yuan smiled, his attitude was warm. But he was thinking inwardly, I wonder if there is a high chance of killing this Immortal Hua Dai? She was beautiful, but in Fang Yuan's heart, it was better to convert her into his Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan knew some information about Immortal Hua Dai. This person was an Eastern Sea Transformation Path Gu Immortal. With rank 6 cultivation level, he had already passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, considering his past battle achievements, he should be at the peak of rank 6. For Fang Yuan, there was no need to worry about him. Transformation path. That was the crucial point. Currently, Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had many transformation path Dao marks, but there was no harm in accumulating more. Immortal Hua Dai also smiled. She felt that even though Fang Yuan did not have a striking appearance, he had a gentle attitude towards people. He was not a demonic path Gu Immortal who had gone mad, he was probably an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like her. If she knew Fang Yuan's current thoughts, who knew how she would feel? Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength is clearly higher. But Immortal Hua Dai has a close relationship with Miao Mingshen. If I kill her, I have a high chance of succeeding. Fang Yuan considered the possibilities. Miao Mingshen was an Eastern Sea rank 7 expert. His status was similar to Qin Baisheng before he recovered his memories. Most importantly, Miao Mingshen was a space path Gu Immortal. He had methods to expand the immortal aperture space. Thus, many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, especially lone cultivators, sought help from him. After all, the immortal aperture space was limited. Many Gu Immortals had to choose their cultivation resources carefully. Miao Mingshen's ability to expand the immortal aperture space was very convenient for other Gu Immortals. Furthermore, Miao Mingshen himself had great ambitions. He was good at lowering himself to others. He had a charismatic personality. Thus, around him, a group of Gu Immortals had already formed. This group had a total of 4 people. With Miao Mingshen as the center, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang and Gui Qiyi followed his lead. Among them, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had rank 6 cultivation level, while Gui Qiyi was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Miao Mingshen's cultivation level and battle strength were the highest among them. If Fang Yuan killed Immortal Hua Dai, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingshen had many connections. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to befriend him. Even members of super forces did not want to offend him. One day they might end up begging him for help. If Miao Mingshen became enemies with Fang Yuan, he would use his connections to gather a large number of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to ostracize Fang Yuan. But so what? Fang Yuan had familiar face, he could change his identity freely, it did not matter if he was Miao Mingshen or not. As long as he was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But I killed Immortal Hua Dai. Familiar face cannot block wisdom path deductions, I cannot guarantee that my identity will not be exposed. Familiar face was not omnipotent. He had hoped that he could use this information path inheritance to get rid of the alliance agreement. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to plan. What he obtained in the end was only perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. After keeping the Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan prepared to leave. Murderer, where are you going? Right at this time, a blood-red figure charged into this huge bubble. Not to mention the fact that Lu Guanyi was a fake identity that he had casually created, so what if it was real? His main connections in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world were with the variant humans. At the same time, he was preparing to go to Southern Border. Even though Fang Yuan was still paying attention to the situation in Northern Plains, his focus was on that giant dream realm. Southern Border, oh Southern Border, I am back. As a rank 7 Gu immortal? Is this considered a glorious return? Fang Yuan had a complex smile. At that time, Wuxia wanted to refine fixed immortal travel. He burned his own soul, causing his luck to rise rapidly. Of course he failed in the end. This was because Celestial Court had already refined fixed immortal travel before him. Immortal Gu were unique. No matter how good Wuxia's luck was, he could not refine a second fixed immortal travel that existed at the same time. Before Bai Ning Bing took action, Wuxia had used Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck to himself. Right now, Bai Ning Bing wanted to subdue the rank 9 immortal material Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. He could not use any more methods. Wuxia could only use luck to help Bai Ning Bing. On the other hand, near the periphery of the giant dream realm, there's a situation. Fang Yuan, who had turned into a monkey, quickly shrunk into the branches. Two Gu immortals appeared. They were standing under the tree that Fang Yuan was on. The peach that Fang Yuan had thrown down earlier was beside one of the Gu immortals. Brother Luo, thank you. The Gu immortal said. I can bring you in, but if anything happens and you are discovered, it has nothing to do with me. The other Gu immortal said. Gu Immortal Lung was extremely shocked. We were tricked. Oh no. He turned around and saw that Wu Yihai's head was smashed into pieces as well as white brain matter. His headless corpse was grabbed by the ancient sword dragon and stuffed into its immortal aperture. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.